new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There he goes into a dive! What again?
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship returns June 25th.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Surprised that game started on time and how the field is usually.
So we want to welcome you from the Howe Athletic Complex here in Somerset, New Jersey, where we are about to witness the Philadelphians will take on home team New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, Matt, will host several games on this ground, but this is their second one. We saw last week they got past the Empire State Titans with a big 100 from Chandrapal Hemraj, and so we want to welcome all our viewers to what's happening here at Howe Athletic Complex. The news is the Philadelphians have won the toss. They've elected to bat. They're led by Milind Kumar. New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, of course, being led by Najaf Shah, a man who's played at the international level. And so we want to welcome you here to New Jersey. We want to welcome you to Somerset. And also we want to welcome you to the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers as they take on a visiting team, the Philadelphians. I'm joined in the box with young Matthew Achaibar, 14 years old, and who has done several minor league games. Matt, welcome to Somerset Ground.
Great to be here and great to witness these two sides in action. Two very explosive sides. We've seen the Philadelphians, some of the exciting encounters they've been in. 2 super overs already in the tournament, and we saw the Somerset Cavaliers with some fireworks last weekend against the Empire State Titans. You mentioned earlier Chandrapal Hemraj, 16 sixes to his name, and it was quite a convincing win over the Empire State Titans, a win that the Cavaliers needed coming into this one, having gone through a bit of a losing streak, but I'm sure that win will give them that spring in their step that they need coming up to play a top team like the Philadelphians.
Matt, let's talk about a couple of new players coming in to the teams. For example, let's talk about the Philadelphians. Tristan Carmichael will play his first game of this year Toyota Minor League Series presented by Sunoco, and he comes in here with wealth of experience, having bowled well in the last minor league series. Carmichael comes in for the Philadelphians.
Yeah, Tristan Carmichael with the Empire State Titans last year, got a lot of wickets, probably had one of the best economy rates in the entire competition. So he comes in, especially with the absence of Kareem Agor in the Philadelphian side. Tristan Carmichael will be a very key man. Again, a bit surprising that it's only now he's played his first game, but
yeah, I know he's going to replace Kareem Agor, similar bowling type. They're left arm orthodox. Carmichael brings a lot to the fielding unit. Kareem Agor, as we know, he's one of the best in the country. I'm pretty sure the Philadelphians will miss his service out in the middle when they feel he's a type of player that will save runs. Carmichael will do something similar to that. And so he comes in and is like adding strength to an already strong team. Let's talk about Let's talk about the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. Big addition to the squad. Vandit Prajapati has come into this order. He's a top quality player. We've seen him before, and we'll have to see how his skill translates to minor league.
Yeah, very talented player, but minor league will be a big step up for him. Minor league debut for him. Vandit Prajapati, very explosive player, and I think that's one thing that the Cavaliers were perhaps missing, was that prior to the Empire State Titans game, they've just been a little bit too quiet in the power play. They've been losing a couple of wickets, yes, and that tends to bring down the run rate, but I think having Hemraj and Prajapati both going at the bowling, I think Somerset Cavaliers, that might help their openers a lot, and that will eventually help the rest of the batting order.
And Matt, the fact is Prajapati comes in here with Cavaliers having tried a couple of openers. They tried Salek Iqbal in the earlier games. They have tried Abhishek Prabhu, and now they have turned to Prajapati. So they will have to sort out who will be the man to partner Hemraj so far. So they have a top order problem, and we'll have to see if that can be rectified against the Philadelphians today.
Yeah, it's been a problem that the Cavaliers have definitely had. The top order has just not really clicked. And Somerset Cavaliers, we mentioned earlier, still searching for some bit of form. They found it last week, doing quite a demolition job of the Titans, but still work to be done for both of these sides. Somerset Cavaliers particularly, with in desperate need to get some points on the board. And the Philadelphians have struggled a bit, you'd say, with consistency. They've been up and down, up and down. They've played some very close games, some very exciting games we saw up in Morrisville. But consistency and good form will be on the agenda for both of these sides coming into this game.
So we see Najaf Shaw. I'm tempted to say leading his men, but where are his men? They're still warming up. And Najaf Shaw, Matt, brings good leadership to the Somerset Cavaliers lineup. We didn't see him with this unit last year, but he comes into this game with wealth of experience. When you look at the U.S. Open, for example, one of the most dominating captain at the U.S. Open over time, and he brings that leadership to a Somerset Cavaliers team who badly needs to win all of their remaining games to make an impact in this year's minor league.
Yeah, and that's what you want. Najaf Shah is a perfect example of what you would expect from a player that has played for Pakistan, has played at the international level, comes to the US and brings wealth and brings a lot of experience, and he just knows the game, doesn't he, Najaf Shah? And that makes him such a quality player. He knows what to do in any given situation. And not to mention his bowling. We talked about his leadership, but his bowling as well brings a lot of form and a lot of quality. It's not just his leadership. So a good player all around is Najaf Shah.
The fact is, no Damian Jacobs, and we don't have all the information why Jacobs is not in the final 11, but we can only speculate. Has Jacobs lived up to the reputation of one of the top bowlers from last year, you'd say?
Has not had a similar season, and obviously missing a couple of games won't do him any justice. Did pick up a couple of wickets and was I believe in the top 5 or the top 10 in the early weeks, but things have changed for the Somerset Cavaliers, and you could expect that from the Cavaliers given they had a very difficult start to the season, probably just trying to change things around, but I'm sure they've got perhaps what they really wanted was a win against the Titans, and they've kept pretty much with that same formula, and they've added Vandit Prajapati to the team, so looking to improve on that win as Somerset Cavaliers, which I like. I like the mentality, always looking at the positives.
Yeah, they're playing at what is constituted a home ground. I'm always a little bit hesitant to say how home advantage benefits some of the team on the Eastern Conference, Matt. Not a big fan of teams enjoying home advantage, but it's Cavaliers home, as we see Brian Kane and umpire Ritesh Patel walks to the middle, and we're just about a moment or so away from the first ball being bowled here at Howe Athletic Sports Complex. A beautiful venue, and the wicket, as we have seen in the past, sort of on the slower side, but the outfield will be lightning fast. We haven't had rain here for some time, and so we're all set and awaits the emergence of the Somerset Cavaliers, as the Philadelphians would have won the toss, electing to bat. I'm pretty sure we will be seeing Saeed Abdullah and certainly Derek Narain, two explosive openers at the top of the order, with the Philadelphians having won the toss and they have elected to bat. The umpires out in the middle, Brian Kane, who comes out of New York, and Ritesh Patel, a man who comes from this state, the state of New Jersey. So we're all set and ready to go here as continuing coverage continues with the 2022 Toyota Minor League Series presented by Sunoco. And I'm pretty sure we'll have some Sunoco moments here, Matt, in this game. Well, I'm pretty sure that players will be gassing up and stepping on the gas. And we'll have to wait and see who has that Sunoco power to take them all the way to the end and to finish first. Big Sunoco moment here coming up.
And you've got to think that Abdullah Saeed and Derek Narayan are two players that can definitely give you some Sunoco moments. I'm sure they've fueled up quite a bit. And they'll be looking to go straight away, go hard at the bowling, particularly Saeed Abdullah, a player that we've seen all across the country, played for the US. We've seen him and his power hitting pretty much in every state. And Derek Narayan, popular man in the Northeast, that comes out of the New York area. I've seen a lot of him, Derek Narayan.
So Saeed Abdullah and Derek Narayan, as expected, they've carried the top order for the Philadelphians since the start of this year's minor league. And Derek Narayan has been retained by the Philadelphians. We saw Abdullah moving across from, is it the New England Eagles? Yeah, he's moved across from the New England Eagles. As we see, Meet Shaw is the keeper. So things are all set, and it appears Umaid Asif, a man with PSL experience, Matt. He comes in here, Karachi Kings, and then earlier on, I think he would have also played for another franchise at the PSL level. So he's ready to be given the ball, and will come into bowl to Abdullah Saeed, a hard-hitting batsman. And we are all set. Team in green, team in yellow. And we want to welcome again all our viewers wherever you are. It's a good afternoon here from the Somerset Cavaliers area, an area out in New Jersey. So we're just about ready to start. Abdullah will be on strike. And Umaid Asif has been given the ball. Very tall man, 6'5", couple of 6-footers in the Cavaliers lineup. The captain Najaf Shaw, a very tall individual. And now we're ready and all set. Umaid Asif will come into bowl to Abdullah Saeed. So a slip in place. A very packed offside field. And here we go. Asif will come into bowl to Saeed. That's a good start. Ball goes through to Meet Shaw. Every ball that is not scored off, Matt, puts pressure on the batting team.
Yeah, and Abdullah Saeed is a difficult man to contain, so a dot ball is already a battle won. But still 5 deliveries left. The war isn't over. So far, round 1 goes to Umaid Asif, but still 5 deliveries to go. But a good start from the tall Umaid.
Yeah, man with PSL experience. Abdullah into the onside, first run off the bat. Ball goes up to the man at the mid-wicket area, and a bit of slow work there, and allowing the batsman to come back for a couple of runs. So the Philadelphians, they're off and running 2 runs.
Yeah, first couple of runs off the bat of Abdullah Saeed. Should have only been 1, but not the best of fielding out there on the boundary, allowing the second. You know, Abdullah is not going to stay quiet for long. It's what he does. He likes to take advantage of the power play.
Oh, look at that. Good song off the bat. And that has gone a long way. And it's gone upstairs. 6 runs for Abdullah.
Clean hit off the bat of Abdullah Saeed. As soon as you heard it, you just knew there was only one place that was ending up over the boundary for 6. And a good start here for Abdullah Saeed. Goes up to 8.
Yeah, and Abdullah's played here several times, been part of the Somerset Cavaliers team in Millennium League over the years. He knows the dimensions of this ground pretty well. He's playing at home, although he's on the visiting team. But he's going to be a key man here. He's already put a big blow against this New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. That's a lovely shot for 6. He settles and waits for Umaid Asif. A better ball, but they're gonna steal a single here. Good running as Derek Narain comes into strike. It's 9 on the board.
Derek Narain can be just as explosive as Abdullah Saeed at times. Player very popular in the New York area, but now finds himself with the Philadelphians and has really been a key member of the Philadelphians both this year and last year, right at the top of the order.
Yes, Matt, we saw him last week at Idlewild Park, got 27 from just 7 balls, looked pretty dangerous. And he comes in here. We have seen so many of the franchise in this year minor league series not afraid to put their top batters at the top of the order. You look at Abdullah and Derek Narain. The Philadelphians have made the choice that they're going to put 2 of their top batters at the top of the order. And so far, we have seen some good start from the pair out in the middle. And Derek Narain, the attractive, explosive left-hander on strike. Oh, play and a miss. Ball way outside the off stump. That's a good delivery.
Yeah, Umair Asif giving Derek Narain some width early on. Goes through to Meet Shah. Score.
Shah done in the gloves today. Haven't we seen Richard Allen doing some keeping for this franchise? I'm not too sure who has been their keeper in the past at some of the other games, but Meet Shah has been given the glove. No elevation, so a couple of good comeback deliveries, and that will complete the first over. And after one, Philadelphians electing to bat. They're 9 for no loss.
1, 2, 3.
Najaf Shah, the captain of the Somerset Cavaliers, and no real surprise. The 2 openers here with the ball, Asif and Najaf Shah. Very quality fast bowlers. Abdullah on strike. And cutting well as Syed Abdullah goes over the infield, and this will run away for 4 runs. So Syed Abdullah given width straight away, slices that one away. And we saw a 6 earlier, now a 4 from Syed Abdullah. He goes up to 13. All 13 of the Philadelphians runs so far off the blade of Syed Abdullah.
Yeah, given a lot of width there. Can't bowl that to Abdullah Saeed. It's 13 on the board.
Najaf Shah will be looking to come back a lot better. Was not the best of deliveries to Abdullah Saeed first up. This one left alone, so a better ball, better comeback delivery from Najaf Shah. Every dot ball will count here for the Somerset Cavaliers, given the 2 batters out in the middle, Syed Abdullah and Derek Narain. Very aggressive players, as we mentioned. So 11 on the board. We saw a couple of boundaries from Saeed Abdullah. That earlier one not going for 6 as we would have thought. So 2 fours off the bat of Saeed Abdullah. But Najaf Shah has come back with a better delivery as we saw.
So ball chopped into the ground. They will not get a single here. And the fact of the matter, Matt, we've seen Abdullah has played a lot of cricket against and with Najaf Shah. And that's one of the things when these Eastern teams, they catch up with each other. Guys know each other pretty well. Abdullah is up on the 11. In fact, all the runs on the card has been that off the bat of Abdullah. He's batted well so far. Narain yet to get off the mark. He's only faced a couple of balls. And the Philadelphians winning the toss, deciding to bat. So far, we are in the second over. Things have gone pretty well for them. But still a long way to go. Very deciding round of games all across the country. We're in the point and this year's minor league just about the halfway stage for many teams. And Philadelphians, they've only played 5 games so far. They have won 3, they have lost 2. Somerset Cavaliers, they've played 7 already. Only able to win 1 so far, so they will badly need some wins to really put them back into reckoning. Still a long way to go. And so teams will be hoping, Matt, that even after a bad start, there's time to make up with the tournament just about halfway stage at the end of this round.
Yeah, the fixtures coming thick and fast here on the minor league schedule. Seeing some good deliveries here from Najaf Shah. Got hit for a 4 first ball, but has come back very well so far to Abdullah Saeed.
Yeah, Matt, Najaf Shah would have played 1-1 international for Pakistan. Played against Sri Lanka. And would have also played for the Pakistan under-19 team at one point. So certainly a man who knows his way around fast bowling. And he's come out here. We've seen a couple of players out of Pakistan opening the bowling. We saw Umair Asif, who's a more current player on the PSL circuit. Oh, full. Oh, sliced away through the offside. And the man may have missed field, and that has gone away for 4.
So another boundary off the bat of Abdullah Saeed. Takes him up to 15. We saw a good over here from Najaf Shah, but that one getting away to the boundary.
Yeah, Prajapati, not a very good debut fielding for him. And so he has allowed one to go away very fast outfield. And that has gone away for 4. That's a good looking shot to end the second over. And after 2, it's 15 for no loss.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah! Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom.
Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
So we're back with the cricket. 2 overs gone, 15 on the board. Narain yet to get off the mark. Here is Umair Asif. Oh, lofted straight down the ground. That's his favorite area. And he picks up 4. So good start from Derek Narain. His first scoring shot over the bowler's head. Good place to place the ball, man. Straight down the ground. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, and a good start here continues for the Philadelphians. Derek Narain now getting in on some action. Going after Umair Asif straight away into his second over.
Yeah, Narain loves going straight. Watch for the extra cover shot. He's very strong in that area. There we go, extra cover, and this is running up towards the cover boundary and crosses the cone. More runs here for Derek Narine. Consecutive boundaries up from the left-hander, and that's a class-looking shot through the offside for 4.
Yeah, some boundaries coming here for Derek Narine, 9.8 and over. Early start, early hitting here from the Philadelphians. These two don't waste time, Abdullah Saeed and Derek Narine. We've seen 3 boundaries off the bat of Abdullah and 2 now here off of Derek Narine, really taking it to Umair and Najaf Shah, which isn't easy given the caliber of these two bowlers so far.
So they're off to a very good start. We're only in the 3rd over. Look at the card. It's 23 without loss. Oh, more from Derek Narine. And that has gone over the offside again. And we'll wait to see. Here's a signal from umpire Ritesh Patel. That's 4 more runs. 3 fours in the over.
3 in a row off the bat of Derek Narine. Looks to be in some bit of form here today. We saw what Abdullah can do. And now Derek Narine taking matters into his own hands. 12 of just 5 deliveries. And Umair Asif under immense pressure here now with 3 deliveries to go and has already gone for 12.
Yeah, this is a powerful top order. Derek Narine and Saeed Abdullah, 2 of the best around the region, Matt, without a doubt. And you fear, as an opposition, if the 2 of them gets going here this afternoon, it could be a long day here for the Cavaliers. Slower ball, playing a miss. Ball goes through to Meet Shah. Still a massive start here from the Philadelphians. So the Philadelphians, they're on 6 points, which makes them number 3. We've seen good play so far, Mato, from the Stallions, and also Yorkers having a very good season. And just on the Stallions and Yorkers comes the Philadelphians. They're off to a good start here.
Yeah, it's been what we'd expect from the New Jersey Stallions. Another solid season for them. And then Manhattan Yorkers, who have really built a solid team. So still a fair amount of competition here in the Eastern Division.
Yeah, we are watching this game. This is the Eastern Conference setup. And this is Group B or Group 2? Atlantic. This is the Atlantic. Yeah, this is the Atlantic division. We're in the Eastern Conference.
Eastern Division Atlantic Conference. Can get confusing.
I know Atlanta Fire is leading the southern part. New Jersey Stallions taking an early lead. We saw them impressive last year. But we're back with the cricket here. 13 runs in this over. Abdullah on strike. Well, that's the slower, almost leg spin here for Umair Asif. And so 3 gone, 28 without loss.
One, two, three.
So Najaf Shah will continue 28 on the board so far. They're going at over 9 runs and over 9.3 to be exact. And Najaf Shah with 8 wickets in the series so far. The most from the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers player. Narayan gets a ball too close to cut. And the ball goes through to Meet Shah. And the score remains at 28 without loss. Big start here for the Philadelphians.
8.8 and over. I'm sure they'll take that without the loss of a wicket, Philadelphians. And a powerful batting lineup just in general. Still got the likes of Milind Kumar, Chiru Bhatia, Jonathan Fu, Yash Kangura still to come. But Abdullah Saeed and Derek Narayan will be looking to do the job here in the power play. And so far they've done it quite well.
We saw in the last over, Derek Narayan took very quick time to almost catching up to Abdullah. He's up to 13 with 3 consecutive fours. Oh, into the offside. More runs here for Derek Narayan. Fielder comes around. I will just run around to retrieve the ball. That's another big offside shot from Derek Narayan.
Yeah, continuing to stay on that front foot and not letting up whatsoever. And so far it's been tough going for the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers.
Yeah, over the offside. Matt, you've seen so much of Derek Narayan. Doesn't he like the offside? That's his scoring area.
Yeah, predominantly an offside player, Derek Narayan, but has shots all around.
He reminds me of the right-handed Jaladua, another player that plays in this year's minor league series. Jaladua loves the offside. Oh, balled him. So that's the end of Derek Narayan. Perhaps a careless-looking swing. And that's the end of Derek Narayan. It's 32 for 1, but ball on the stumps. And Narayan swinging for the fences. Maybe not needed. And the first wicket goes down. Narayan gone.
Yeah, swinging across the line there. Derek Narayan was looking to hammer that one into the leg side. Not there, and in the end, he has to go. 17 on the board for him. Najaf Shah with the breakthrough. And that's what experience is from Najaf Shah. Despite the circumstances, you can always back him to get a wicket. And he does so. 32 for 1, the Philadelphians.
This is running up towards the cover boundary and without loss. Oh, more from Derek Narayan. And that is consecutive fours. Oh, into the offside. More runs here for Derek Narayan. Fielder comes around. I will just run around to retrieve the ball. Oh, balled him. So that's the end of Derek Narayan. Perhaps a careless-looking swing. And that's the end of Derek. So Chiru Bhatia comes to the middle. He's having an excellent minor league series. Chiru Bhatia. We saw last week he got a 50 against the Empire State Titans. Batted extremely well, Matt. I may have seen the Philadelphians home last week in New York. And he comes to the middle. They're off to a good start. But Najaf Shah has taken out left-hander Derek Narayan.
Yeah, and a big breakthrough that for the Somerset Cavaliers. Just when you thought they were being put under some massive pressure by Narayan and Saeed. Narayan falls. And it brings Chiru Bhatia, a player who has really impressed with his batting at all levels of the game this year.
And Matt, you get the feeling Chiru Bhatia has come into the Philadelphians as more of a bowling all-rounder. But his batting has really pushed him up the order. Look, he's batting at 3 today.
Yeah, we saw him opening day, got a fifer. But ever since then, it's been his batting that has really taken center stage. We saw some big scores, as you mentioned, one against the Empire State Titans. And a player that has really stepped up his game here, Chiru Bhatia. Has made a lot of progress, and minor league is to definitely thank for that.
And Matt, Matt. We saw him a couple of weeks also in the United States Premier League, in which he got a well-played 68 in one of the games. Jaladua making 100 in that game. A ball cut into the offside, can't score, and all of a sudden, we're beginning to see the pressure. Bit of yes, no, in the end, all for a dot ball. The pressure of a couple of dot balls, what a difference that makes.
Yeah, especially given they were off to such a good start. And now you have a quiet over coming in, and that just kind of kills the momentum here of the Philadelphians, especially with the loss of Derek Narine. Final ball here, Najaf Shah. It's been a very good over from a Cavaliers perspective. Bowling to the new man, Chiru Bhatia, has faced a couple of deliveries, hasn't got off the mark as yet. Ooh, a peach of a delivery. Goes through to meet Shah. So a good over comes to an end. It's 32 for 1 at the end of 4.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
The New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, team's being led by Milan Kumar and Najaf Shah. So bowling change, Burhan Saeed. Another left arm seamer Matt has been given the ball. He's known as Stark. And maybe you can tell our audience why he's known as Burhan Stark Saeed.
Definitely has that nickname in the New York area, Burhan Saeed. Player that I've seen a lot of progress from as well. I remember seeing him back in the days of under 19 and under 21 cricket, school cricket as well here, Burhan Saeed. So now that he's gotten this far to minor league cricket is definitely very good from him.
So he comes in here with a team scoring 8 runs on over so far. Abdullah is on 15. He's gone quickly up to 15, but we saw a very good quick knock from Derek Narine. But he's now back in the shade. Chiru Bhatia is yet to get off the mark. And a much needed change here for the Somerset Cavaliers, you'd say, Matt. He replaces Umair Asif, who has gone 2 overs, no made, none for 20.
There's Stark-like action, as they say. So he starts off with a dot to Abdullah Saeed. And Meet Shah standing up to Burhan Saeed, just not giving Abdullah that freedom to step down the track.
Yeah, a couple of fast bowler here for the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. We saw Najaf Shah. Now we're beginning to see Burhan Saeed into the offside, just in front of the fielder. That appears to be Imrul Hashib, I think it is, and ball in the air for some time. So still 32 for 1.
Runs have dried up here a bit for the Philadelphians. We saw a solid over from Najaf Shah, and now a good one right at the start here from Burhan Saeed. Low full toss, Abdullah driving straight down. Can't score again, so a very tidy start here from Burhan Saeed.
Yes, Matt, good bowler is Burhan Saeed, and you look at Abdullah. How many cricket have Burhan Saeed and Saeed Abdullah played against each other from time to time at Marine Park? They come from the same entity. Oh, look at this. Big strike here from Abdullah Saeed. And that breaks the bit of stranglehold that Burhan Saeed had on Abdullah. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, good shot up and over from Abdullah Saeed. And as I said before, you're not going to keep him quiet for that long. And Syed Abdullah deciding, after a bit of a stranglehold, as you mentioned, by the Somerset Cavaliers, finally Abdullah Saeed getting a release shot of some sort. But it's funny what a wicket can do.
Yeah, we've seen since Derek Narain has departed, bowlers getting a chance to put some dot ball. We saw 3 dot balls in a row from Burhan Saeed, but interrupted by a big shot here from Abdullah. So we'll take a quick break here as the ball is being retrieved. It's 36 for 1. As you can see, we're in the 5th over.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
So we welcome you back at Howe Athletic Park. Philadelphians is still off to a good start, Matt, but we've seen a fight back here. Burhan Saeed. Ball interrupted in the over by a big shot here from Abdullah, a very attacking player. Oh, smashed out of the park. And that's gone all the way into the forest. Abdullah for 6.
First one that has gone over the ropes today from Abdullah Saeed. That one has been sent a long way back into the forest. And the one downside with Howe Athletic Complex is once you clear the fence, especially on that end, it's going to be very difficult to get the ball back.
And Matt, we saw not too long ago, they were searching for the ball on the right side of the field. And now we go to left field and it's the same story. So we'll take another short break here and resume when cricket does so with Abdullah on fire. He's up to 25. And this is over number 5 is 42 for 1. Our good friend Brian Kane, he's an umpire who always keeps a very close tab on the timing of the innings. He's not going to be happy with a couple of balls consecutively having some time to search and get back.
Yeah, it won't do wonders for the Cavaliers over rate, you'd feel.
So Saeed into Abdullah. Abdullah turns this one into the onside and hands the strike over. Well, he will not. That will complete over number 5. And after 5, the Philadelphians batting first. They're batting a 43 for 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So 43 for 1 after 5. We saw a good over there from the Philadelphians, getting a 4 and a 6 as Vandit Prajapati comes into the attack. A player we know for his explosive batting skills, but haven't seen him with the ball, so this will definitely be a first experience for myself.
So he comes in here with a team going at 8.6. Off to a good start is the Philadelphians, but still a long way to go. A cricket match is not decided in the first 5 over of any contest. We see a very packed offside field, some personnel still moving around. I think one of the players going off is that Xavier Marshall is trotting off, and number 4 comes out to the middle. So Xavier Marshall gets a relief and he goes off the field. Still some moving around. But the fact is, when play resumes, Abdullah, how good he has been, Matt. He has had a good series. And he comes in with 25 again in this match. 59 against the New England Eagles. We saw him getting 41 against the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers up at Mooresville. Oh, that's a good start from Prajapati. As you made mention, we know he's a top-class batsman, but this is the first time we're seeing him bowling.
So far, so good. Medium pacer by the looks of things, Prajapati. Abdullah Saeed defensive on him first up. Perhaps just seeing what Prajapati does, seeing what he's capable of, but we know Syed Abdullah, not a player that will take too kindly to pretty much any bowler. But a good start here from Vandit Prajapati. They'll steal a single, and they get there quite easily in the end. Gets Chiru Bhatia back on strike. Chiru hasn't got off the mark as yet. Has faced 3 deliveries. But a fine start to the over from Vandit Prajapati.
Yes, Matt, if you're bowling and you're containing Abdullah, remember this is a limited over game, only 120 balls, and every ball that you bowl that is not scored on is a bit of a minor triumph. And the fact is, when you're holding back players like Abdullah Saeed, who's been explosive today, I think some good balls in this over so far. A couple of balls, only 1 run off the bat of Abdullah. Chiru Bhatia comes into strike. You made mention he hasn't gotten off the mark yet with 3 balls. He's used up 3. And that's another good ball. This is a good spell here so far from Vandit Prajapati. Brought into the side as an opener, but he's been given the ball. So far, so good.
Yeah, can't complain with the way Prajapati has started. Still in the power play, final over this. Going at just 8 and over, given they were over 9 a few overs ago. Things have slowed up, as we mentioned. In the air from Chiru Bhatia. Will go over the head of the fielder, and they'll pick up a couple of runs.
So Bhatia picks up 2. Finally gets off the mark for some time. It's 46 on the board. So nice cool breeze blowing across the ground here at Howe Athletic Complex. Ball, that's a good delivery. They squeeze a single out towards the offside, but you've got to love the effort here from Vandit Prajapati. How good he has been in this over.
Has done very well so far, just 4 off the over. 47 for 1. That rate has definitely gone down a bit for the Philadelphians.
Yes, Matt, and he comes in here as a bowling option. No Walid Karamola in the side, no Damian Jacobs. They will have to rely on the likes of Hemraj and maybe Imrul Hashib. Those are the other 2 spinners. In fact, they're both left-arm orthodox, so we've seen a lot of left-arm bowler here for the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. But here is Vandit Prajapati, runs into ball to Abdullah. Abdullah gets a good ball. Drives it out towards the offside. And another single here for the Philadelphians. So that will complete over number 6. And so the power done. It is 48 for 1.
1, 2, 3.
Power play done. And it leads to a bowling change here. Another one from the Somerset Cavaliers. Chandrapal Hemraj comes into the attack. Usually we see a lot of teams in T20 cricket, once the power play is done, tend to bring on the spinner. That's what they've done here.
Yes, Matt, as in the case of Chandrapal Hemraj, he is bowled at the CPL level using the new ball. So certainly bowling is not new to him. What is new to him, he's bowling outside of the power play. He is usually a bowler that gets a very early start. We saw over time, bowler out of Trinidad and Tobago, the off spinner. As here is Hemraj. Hemraj makes a very good start, and he's bowling to the explosive Abdullah Saeed.
Yeah, we see him a lot with the Guyana Amazon Warriors, open the bowling, as you mentioned. Now for the Somerset Cavaliers, coming in once the power play has ended. This one cut away by Abdullah for just a single, and gets Chiru back on strike.
So the Philadelphians up to their first milestone in this game. They're up to 49. And so one run away from a 50. And Matt, I think cricket has always been a game in probably counted in 50s and bundles of 50s. When a batsman makes a 50 is always a big moment. Team makes a 50, another big moment. We're on the verge of that. And the Philadelphians, they're up to 49 at the moment. They lost the wicket of Derek Narain. But Shiru Bhatia, he's been relatively quiet. Abdullah has been a little bit more explosive. Is 49 on the board. Make that, well, they'll have to wait. And finally, they decide to come through, and that's 50 on the board. So the Philadelphians, they get to 50 in the 7th over. And it comes off the bat of Shiru Bhatia. Some splattering round of applause from some of the tents. And 50 comes up for the Philadelphians.
Now the louder applause from the Philly dugout. Chiru Bhatia brings up the 50 for the Philadelphians. Not sure what has happened there. It's missed everything by the looks of it. Will await any signal. Bit of a bizarre ball, that one. And what does Ritesh say? Wides. So a couple of wides here, which will add to the Philadelphians. Takes things up to 53.
Yeah, ball sliding down the leg side. Limited over. Regulation in effect. And so once the ball goes down the leg side, the umpires most of the time will be inclined to signal a wide. It's one of the deliveries, Matt. They call an unfair delivery. You're not giving the batsman a fair chance to score by bowling down the leg side. And the irony is, when you talk about a wide, you could be 3 feet outside the off stump, not a wide, but you're 2 inches down the leg side, and that's a wide. So that's the irony in the adjudication. They come back for a couple of runs, and in the end, 2 runs there off the bat of Shiru Bhatia, but it took them a while and some anxious moments as 56 for 1.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best of fielding. They haven't really plugged a lot of the holes here, the Somerset Cavaliers. And it's allowed for the Philadelphians to steal a couple of runs here, which can be very crucial in T20 cricket. Can't afford that, especially with 13 overs still to go after this one. Final ball from Hemraj. And looking to cut his Chiru Bhatia goes through to meet Shah. 8 off the over, not bad for the Philadelphians. It's 56 for 1 at the end of 7.
My son, he's so soft-spoken.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom.
Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
So 56 for 1 at the end of 7. Prajapati, as expected, Matt, will continue. Quality first over from him. An over in which he only conceded 5 runs, bowling to the likes of Abdullah and Shiru Bhatia. Will start over number 8, runs into bowl to the hard-hitting Abdullah. Abdullah gets a quality delivery. This man, where has he been? Vandit Prajapati. He's been very good so far.
Yeah, he's done very well. And given his bowling to Abdullah Saeed and Shiru Bhatia, some of the two most explosive players around, it's never an easy feat, but he's managed to contain the beasts so far. And has come back in his second over and has started well here to Abdullah Saeed. In the air, cries of catch it, but it'll land well short. And in the end, just a single, so it hands things over to Shiru Bhatia. Landing short of Pranav Rao, out in the deep.
Yes, still a very good over here from Vandit Prajapati. Came in the side as a replacement. First of all, we've seen the likes of Salik Iqbal and Abhishek Prabhu. He's been given the ball, and so far you look at what he's done. He's bowled 8 balls. He's only conceded 6 runs. He has kept Abdullah and Shiru Bhatia quiet. Another quality delivery, so he's only giving up singles. Ball turned into the onside. Shiru Bhatia, we saw him getting a 50 last week. How important was that 50 for the Philadelphians, Matt?
Yeah, they were in a big chase, engaged in a massive chase there. Thriller of a game in the end they get against the Empire State Titans. And in the end, they managed to pull through the Philadelphians, thanks to some very good work by Shiru Bhatia. And everybody put in a shift. Everybody did their job, and that was to just go out and beat the ball, which they did successfully.
So in the air, hasn't timed it well. Richard Allen comes around, takes a relatively easy catch. In the end, got into a good position. And that's the end of Abdullah Saeed. Take a look.
Yeah, Richard Allen did very well to position himself and made it look very easy in the end. So a big wicket that Vandit Prajapati was putting the pressure on by just allowing dots and singles, and now has got the wicket of Abdullah Saeed. Big moment in the game that. And I'm sure the Somerset Cavaliers would love to see Abdullah walking back. 58 for 2 at the end of 58 for 2 in the 8th over.
Yes, Matt, that's what a couple of dot balls does to attacking players. If they feel that they're not hitting boundaries, they get very frustrated and trying to perhaps trying to go straight down the ground. The ball taking a bit of an outside edge, and in the end, Richard Allen safe as houses. 58 for 2. Milan Kumar walks to the middle, the captain, with 2 down for 58 on the board.
Big moment there in the game. Richard Allen coming up with a very well judged catch to dismiss Abdullah Saeed. Vandit Prajapati seems to be quite the all-rounder, because we've mentioned we can't stop talking about what a quality batter he is, but now we're seeing him putting some pressure on here on the Philadelphians with his bowling.
So Milan Kumar, the captain, comes to the middle. Yes, he has had a couple of 40s, Matto, in the series. 45 against the New England Eagles, 48 against this same team up in Morrisville. And he comes in here with 74 balls still to be bowled. Long way to go. A T20 game, depending on certain conditions, Matt, it's a long game at times. This is a long one.
Yeah, still 74 deliveries is a long way to go, and not even halfway through yet. And the Philadelphians 2 down with some bit of work to be done. The run rate has gone down to 7.5. And now they've lost their aggressor in the form of Abdullah Saeed. So some work and some thinking to be done here by Chiru and Milan.
So ball punched into the offside. Millen is up and running. And they'll come back for an easy 2. So 2 runs off the bat of the quality, very prolific Milind Kumar, Matt, with some bit of first class and might have been part of the IPL circuit at one time. Quality player.
Milind Kumar, a few years back, would have been the leading run scorer in the Ranji Trophy in India with over 1,000 runs. So clearly a player of lots of experience, lots of quality, would have been in the IPL for RCB. Milind Kumar works this one away for a single. So 5 off the over from Prajapati, a successful one with the wicket of Abdullah Saeed. It's 61 for 2 at the end of 8.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
So 61 for 2, Chandrapal Hemraj. We know he can bowl, Matt. He's bowled at the CPL, Guyana Amazon Warrior level. And he has bowled quite a bit in this series. Had to tell that he has put in a lot of overs.
Yeah, 23 overs, 170 runs for Hemraj.
Oh, into the onside. Milind Kumar, and that's gone for 6. So ball sliding down the leg side, and Milind Kumar on the charge, and that has gone a long way.
Yeah, Milind Kumar, not the best of deliveries from Chandrapal Hemraj, and that one swept away all the way for 6. Beats Richard Allen this time. And Milind Kumar, he goes up to 9. Has looked good so far, just 3 deliveries faced, but has played some good-looking shots. 2-1-6. And smart batting. Playing it all along the ground this time and hustling through for the second. So good running between these two.
Yeah, Milind Kumar, he knows his way around the cricket field, just pushing the ball into open spaces, knowing that the man at mid-wicket is all the way back to the fence. And so very good, smart and clever play here from Milind Kumar, picking up an easy 2 in the end, 69 on the board. Now look at this, ball stroked into the offside. He knows and he can see the open spaces. And Matt, on the cricket field, there's so many open spaces. You wonder sometimes why there's so many dot balls in T20 innings.
Hemraj, bit expensive in this over, just halfway through it and 9 already off it. Chirubati on strike on 7. And Chirubati happy to just turn this one into the leg side, hands things over to his skipper Milind Kumar. 12 off 5 deliveries. Milind Kumar has came out of the gates flying with 1 6 and a couple of 2s to his name. I always say in this sort of a situation, if the boundaries aren't coming, then 2s are the next best thing. You'll have to run and run quickly and communicate well. Seems to be the message Milind has given to Chirubati as we see another single. Just keep the scoreboard moving, even if it's just by 1 or 2.
Yeah, you're right on that. We've seen a 6 that probably had enough in the over, and we've seen 5 runs followed up without a boundary. So this over's gone for 11 so far with only 1 6. And you're right on that. Good stroke play from both Milind Kumar and Chirubati. Look, the over has been completed with only 1 boundary, but it has gone for 12. Good batting here from Milind Kumar and Chirubati. 9 overs gone, 73 for 2.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards?
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
The very talented Vandit Prajapati comes back into the attack. 2 overs, 1 for 10. Has definitely surprised us here. We've seen a bit of Vandit Prajapati, but first time seeing him bowl, and he's definitely impressed so far. Has kept the pressure on the Philadelphians. Got the wicket of Abdullah Saeed, so that definitely will count for a lot. And an economy rate of just 5 and over. And to give you some context, Philadelphians are going at 8.1, so Prajapati has kept things below the team average. So he's had a very good day so far. Very good debut from Vandit Prajapati with ball in hand. Chiru Bhatia on strike is on 9. Has taken a bit of time to get going and taken on the pad on this occasion.
Matt, you get the feeling that the dismissal of Saeed Abdullah had to do with the pressure that Prajapati had created. It was a passage of play in which Abdullah hadn't struck a boundary for some time, and that made a telling blow on the kind of shot that he played. Oh, smashed down the ground. Allen comes around. Ball falls in front of Richard Allen, but a single here for Chiru Bhatia. But his ball was in the air for some time.
Yeah, in the vicinity again of Richard Allen. We saw him take one earlier. This one landing in front of him. Bouncing up pretty high as well. Did well to get a hand up there and save that from going over his head. So Prajapati has still kept things tight. But bowling now to Milind Kumar, who's on 13. Hasn't faced a dot ball as yet, Milind Kumar, so has really kept the scoreboard moving since his arrival. And again, this one pulled away into the leg side. Thinking of 2. They're going to take on the fielder. Throw comes in. And not out, says Ritesh Patel at square leg. So a couple more to Milind Kumar. He goes up to 15.
Yeah, good running here from the Philadelphians. Milind Kumar and Chiru Bhatia. Very tight couple of runs. But in the end, good running. Very fit man is Milind Kumar. And running back to the danger end. We saw a very good throw from the man out in the outfield. We've seen good cricket on that ball, but in the end, Philadelphians picks up a couple more runs with no problems at all. The partnership has gone up to 18 between Milind Kumar and Chiru Bhatia. And you look at the card, it's 76 for 2.
This one down the ground. So another single to Milind Kumar rather. This one down to Richard Allen. Chiru Bhatia on strike on 10 of 14. Been pretty quiet so far, but he's done well to support Saeed Abdullah, who was carrying on pretty well and was attacking the ball quite a bit, and has done the same here to Milind Kumar so far.
Oh, smashed into the offside. It could go all the way. In fact, 56 comes around. Can get hold to the ball. Baran Saeed. And in the end, that has gone over the cone.
May have got a hand to it. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, it was a very difficult one. And just over his head, Baran Saeed gets it all the way for 6, but only just. Chiru Bhatia.
Yeah, good strike there from Chiru Bhatia. Will do himself pretty well. 10 runs in this over. And make that 11. So Prajapati has given up his most expensive over so far, Matt. 10 gone. We're at the halfway stage. And the Philadelphians, having won the toss, electing to bat. They're batting at 84 for 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
10 overs done, 84 for 2 as Burhan Saeed comes into the attack, continues. Comes back into the attack for his second spell, 1 over for 11. Ball in the 5th over, still in the power play. Now comes back in the 11th. Milind Kumar is on 16, has looked in good touch today. And it's what you'd want from a player with his experience, his quality, Milind Kumar.
Yeah, Matt, he's looked very good today. Couple of 40s in the series so far. Ball cut away into the offside, and you make mention that Milind Kumar has not failed to score on every single delivery that he has faced. He hasn't faced a dot ball yet. That's a very good batting, good turnover of strike here between him and Shiro Bhatia. A partnership that has gone up to 28. The second highest we saw between Abdullah and Derek Narain at the top of the order.
Haven't had some bad numbers in terms of those partnerships, 26, 28 and 32, so it's shown that there has been spaced out. The fall of wickets have been pretty spaced out. They've managed to get runs in between. As we see, some good running continues here. Another quick single taken by Chiru Bhatia and Milind Kumar.
Yes, Matt, you've got to love the plan of play here from the Philadelphians. Bhatia and Milind Kumar. They're beginning to knock the ball into open spaces, and there are a lot of open spaces here. And maybe follow up. We've seen a boundary every over during the course of this partnership. And Milind Kumar on strike. Worked into the onside. They could push for 2. They come back for a couple of runs. So look at that. Good running. And an easy 2 here for Milind Kumar. Good batting from these 2 out in the middle.
Yeah, really taking advantage of some of those gaps in the field.
So 56 balls still to be bowled, 89 for 2. Philadelphians have played 5 games, they have won 3. Cavaliers have played 7, they have won 1. Ball chopped into the ground, and again Milind Kumar. It's going to be a big event when this man faces his first dot ball. So far, he's up to 20 off 11 balls. You can see that on your screen. It's 90 for 2.
Yeah, he's done very well to keep the scoreboard moving no matter what, Milind Kumar. And him and Chiru Bhatia have put on a very good partnership. Joint highest now, partnership of 32. We saw with Abdul and Derek Narain also hitting 32, so they have an opportunity to go past that in this ball. Chiru Bhatia plays it up, and there we go. So that'll be the highest partnership now in the Philadelphians innings. 91 for 2 at the end of 11.
1, 2, 3.
So 11 overs gone, 91 for 2. Prajapati will continue. 3 overs, no made 1 for 21. Matthew. And we'll come into bowl to a flourishing partnership. Both batters out in the middle are on 20. So that partnership continues to flourish. They're up to 34 at the moment. That's 92 for 2.
Prajapati will bowl his 4 overs in very quick succession, 4 straight for him. And I can't see why not. He's done very well to contain the Philadelphians, and especially with a good partnership brewing here, Milind Kumar, Chiru Bhatia. You'd want to keep Prajapati there to perhaps put some more pressure on, get another wicket.
So Milind Kumar hasn't faced that ball yet, and look at that, smashed over square leg. And that's gone away for 4, too short, and given room, and Milind does the rest.
Yeah, very good pull shot from Milind Kumar, connected with that nicely. 24 of 12 deliveries, but playing a very good knock here so far. Captain's knock from Milind Kumar.
Yeah, too short here from Prajapati. And you get the feeling that things could go a little bit different for Prajapati in this over. Still to see a dot ball faced by Milind Kumar. How good this man has been. It's 97 for 2.
Has kept his scoring shot percentage at 100. And once Milind Kumar is out in the middle, you'd feel if he can stick around, the Philadelphians can get to a very good total. Especially with Chiru Bhatia, who has been there for quite some time and has started to accelerate his innings. In the air, over Richard Allen. May have got a fingertip on that one, but all the way for 6. And that brings up the 100 for the Philadelphians with a very good looking shot from Chiru Bhatia. His second 6 in his innings, he goes up to 27. And the applause comes out from the Philly dugout.
Yeah, the Philly dugout, the man in yellow, struck well here from Chiru Bhatia. Richard Allen and Burhan Saeed was always going to be tough. The ball was played in the middle of them. And in the end, 6 off the bat of Chiru Bhatia, 100 comes up. Oh, smashed. Richard Allen straight into the hands. And Richard Allen takes a second catch of the match. Bhatia gone. It's 103 for 3.
This time didn't get enough elevation on it, Chiru Bhatia. And Vandit Prajapati with another big wicket. Looking to go straight again, but this time, easy catch for Richard Allen. Out in the deep. 103 for 3 now, the Philadelphians, as Chiru Bhatia walks back.
Wrong. Can get
accelerate his innings. In the air, over Richard Allen.
Oh, smashed. Richard Allen straight into the hands. And Richard Allen takes a second catch. So the partnership of 45 comes to an end. Ball straight into the hands of Richard Allen, and so Jonathan Fu comes to the middle. We've got 49 balls still to be bowled. It's 103. And so Jonathan Fu gets ready to face Vandit Prajapati, 2 for 33 so far. His final ball coming up, given a straight 4 here by Jaffa. And he starts pretty well against Jonathan Fu. Outside, he beats the outside edge of Jonathan Fu. And that completes over number 12. And after 12, it's 103 for 3.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah! Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Umaid Asif returns for his third over. Has been quite expensive so far. 2 overs for 20. And we'll see a break in play here as looking to get another sweep of the pitch.
Come in US Open this year? So we're back to play. Umaid Asif. And look at that. Milind Kumar picks up another run, Matt. So how special he's been. Hasn't faced a dot ball.
Has kept us waiting for quite some bit of time here, Milind Kumar. And I'm sure that's playing in his mind somewhere that he's done very well. Hasn't given Cavaliers even one dot ball. Has always kept things moving.
So Jonathan Fu comes into strike. Speaking of dot ball, we would have seen Jonathan Fu, a brilliant ball to complete the spell of Prajapati. And we see Umaid Asif a couple of times already rolling his arms over the ball to bowl sort of like the leg break, Matt. It's 105 for 3, still 46 balls to be bowled. Philadelphians have won the toss and they've elected to bat. No Karima Gore. Gore, we all know, was got injured in Morrisville, and so he's out. And Tristan Carmichael comes into the Philadelphians, his first match of the series. And this one played into the onside. Milind Kumar with another single.
Yeah, and it's been strike rotation has been on the cards for him as well. Good running. And we've seen what he can do. We already saw him hit a 6 earlier on. 4 to his name as well. So he can do it all, Milind Kumar.
And Matt, we have seen so much T20 cricket. I can't remember when last I've seen a batsman facing 15 balls and not conceding a dot one. Quality ball here from Umaid Asif, a man with PSL experience. Jonathan Fu remains on 1. Let's take a look what Fu has done this season. A 31. A 31 against the Lightning, 24 against the Empire State Titans. The batters to out so far: Derek Narain for 17, Abdullah for 31, and Shiro Bhatia for 27. If you're trying to catch up, the 3 batters back in the shade, it's 106.
Ooh, short one, and that's what we love from a fast bowler, especially a fast bowler like Umaid Asif. Going short on Jonathan Fu. And now receives the warning from Ritesh Patel.
Yeah, if he bowls another short one, will be called a no ball. Another one of the many other ways in modern day cricket, Matt, to be called a wide. And it's an interesting signal when if you infracted that law. So Jonathan Fu on strike. Gets a single out to mid-off, and so that will complete over number 13. And after 13, Philadelphians, they're batting first. 107 for 3.
up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
So 2 more runs here for Milind Kumar. And now the over comes to an end. It's 109 for 3 at the end of 13.
Rahan Saeed comes back into the attack, 2 overs for 18. Jonathan Fu and Milind Kumar out in the middle. Milind Kumar was still waiting for him to face a dot ball. And he's faced 16 deliveries already, but Jonathan Fu, the man on strike. Two of 5 deliveries for Fu. In the air, and don't worry about that one. That's gone a long way back. A monster of a hit from Jonathan Fu. That goes all the way for 6. And taking things to Burhan Saeed straight away is Jonathan Fu, man with experience at CPL level and national level for Guyana. Very experienced man is Jonathan Fu. And we know he can strike the ball and strike it well. We saw it last year for the Philadelphians, and we're seeing it again this year. Very good shot from him.
So Fu gets a single into the offside. 1 is added to the score. Sabaran Saeed, quality bowler. He's had a good game so far. So Milind Kumar comes back into strike. And this man on your screen here batting, he's yet to face a dot ball. Oh, cut away. That's a good looking shot from Milind Kumar, running up towards the backward point boundary. And that has gone away for 4 runs. Good looking shot again from Milind Kumar.
Yeah, perhaps just taking a slice on it. Runs away for 4. So Milind Kumar goes up to 33.
So this over's gone for 11 so far from Burhan Saeed. We saw a big shot from Jonathan Fu not too long ago. And Kumar ran on strike. Oh, that's Milind Kumar, first dot ball.
Well, we've had to wait 17 deliveries for 18 rather. But finally, a dot ball.
So big moment in the game.
Yeah, not often that happens.
And it comes off the bowling of Burhan Saeed. Still 38 balls to be bowled. It's 120 for 3. And so the run scoring continues here from Milind Kumar, top quality batsman. He is really given us a glimpse, Matt, why he has scored at one time most Ranji Trophy runs at one point of his career. And brings Jonathan Fu, who has played at the CPL level, 12 runs in this over so far. Oh, cut away from Jonathan Fu. And that is gone for 4. That's a lovely shot from the right-hander.
Yeah, an expensive over comes to an end from Burhan Saeed, 16 off it. And Philadelphia starting to pick things up again, 8.9 and over. It's 125 for 3, 14 overs done.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So we're back with the cricket. 14 overs gone. It's 125 for 3. Umaid Asif will run into ball to Milind Kumar. Kumar is driving and driving well. They're running up towards the cover boundary. Fielder comes around. Couple of runs more here to Milind Kumar. And that the equation down to 35 balls remaining, with Milind Kumar and Jonathan Fu out in the middle.
Yeah, and the Philadelphians with 7 wickets in hand, 35 deliveries remaining, already going at 8.9 and over. I'm sure they'll be looking to get a very good total here. They'll be looking to really explode in the final 5-6 overs. We saw a good over there from a Philadelphians perspective off of Burhan Saeed, getting 16 off of it. But Umaid Asif has started well here.
Yeah, yet to pick up a wicket. We haven't seen Najaf Shah, 2 overs, no made 1 for 12. He was quite tidy at the top of the order. And for some time we haven't seen Chandrapal Hemraj, still 34 balls to be bowled. Jonathan Fu on strike. So that brings Milind Kumar. He's played a very good hand so far. Matt, what has he done in the series so far?
Top score 48 against the Stallions. Also got 45 against the New England Eagles and 37 not out here. So his 3rd highest score so far, and counting, is Milind Kumar. Get through for a single here again. So not a bad over from Umaid Asif. But Philadelphians have really kept the scoreboard moving. Have limited the dot balls, and in T20 cricket, that's always a good thing.
Yeah, Matt, with a couple of balls remaining, we've seen what a difference a 4 or a 6 makes to the over. That benefits the batting team. So far, 5 in the over. 2 balls remaining, Jonathan Fu.
Only 28 dot balls in the entire Philadelphians innings so far. Which has showed that they've batted very well, they've rotated the strike well, they've ran well between the wickets, and they've got the boundaries. 6 off this over from Umaid Asif, 3.5 overs, none for 33.
And the fact is, Matt, you look at the dot ball percentage or the dot ball numbers, it's ironic that the highest consumption of the dot ball in this innings has been by Saeed Abdullah. Unlikely, man. That one has taken off. Good ball here from Umaid Asif. Just testing the deck. That completes over number 15. After 15, it's 131 for 3.
131 for 3 with 5 overs to go. Chandrapal Hemraj comes in. Pressure situation for the Somerset Cavaliers. Looking to get a wicket. Looking to slow down the flow of runs that have been coming here by Fu and Milind Kumar at a tremendous rate so far.
So Chandrapal Hemraj, he's gone for 10 and over. 2 overs, no mid, none for 20. It's 131 for 3. And Matt, with 29 balls remaining, we're still seeing taps into open spaces. When do you open up for that Sonoko moment?
Milind Kumar and Jonathan Fu, they can open up whenever they want. I feel they've done very well to keep rotating the strike, keep getting those ones and twos. And with 29 deliveries remaining, I'm sure as those deliveries wind down, as long as these two are there, they'll open up. And they'll be quite destructive if they do so. Milind Kumar, already up to 38 of 23 deliveries, has made batting look very easy. Milind Kumar has picked those gaps very nicely, has ran perfectly between the wickets, and has communicated well with his men, Fu and Chiru Bhatia. Very good day for him.
Yes, Matt, you're right on that. Sometimes we think T20 innings, for you to be successful, you've got to be boundary laden. You look at the turnover here from Milind Kumar, couple of 4s and 1 6, and he's up to 39. And that is because he's only pushed for the 1s and the 2s, and they've run pretty well.
Yeah, he's managed to maintain a strike rate of 162. And only 2 4s and a 6 in that inning so far, so he's managed to do very well. This one, a couple of runs off the bat of Jonathan Fu, who himself has played a nice little hand here. 18 off just 11 deliveries. Fu as well has only faced 2 dot balls, so he's striking at 163. And they've just made it look very easy. Striking at over 160 and not as many boundaries as you think. So it shows how simplified things can be.
Yeah, Matt, you're right on that. We have seen when... Oh, over the offside, into the hands of the fielder. He puts it down. So Jonathan Fu gets a single. What should have been 135 for 4, it's 136 for 3.
Yeah, big moment there. Jonathan Fu dropped on 18. We'll have to make a note of that. Final ball here for Hemraj. And he finishes off quite well. They'll hustle through for a single. Direct hit may have been close. So 6 off the over in the end. It's 131 for 3. 4 deliveries left.
So 16 overs gone, 137 for 3. A very tough chance. Maybe the ball was traveling into the hands of Yashwant Balaji. He didn't hold on. And so Jonathan Fu given a life, as we see Imrul Hashib has been given the ball, leg spinner. And will come in to bowl. 24 balls still to be bowled.
Yeah, first time seeing Imrul Hashib, so he's come into this innings quite late. Has Hashib, and perhaps that's just trying to get a 6th bowler in here. The Somerset Cavaliers, they only used 5 so far. That is not a great start at all. Imrul Hashib, too easy to hit. And Milind Kumar sends that one over the Philly camp and into the bushes. Not great at all from Hashib Imrul. A long hop, and Milind Kumar did not waste time in pouncing on that one.
Yeah, 6 is a distance shot, and you gotta hit them far, you gotta hit them high. And that's a massive 6 off the bat of Milind Kumar, and that will take some searching. It's 143 for 3 as we see some Philadelphians support coming into the ground. And they've come all decked out in their yellow tops. And so they're here to support the Philadelphians. 143 for 3.
Well, that ball has been launched so far back, the entire dugout has gone searching for it. You might need the whole of Philadelphia to find that one. Milind Kumar putting on a batting display like no other on 46 of just 26 deliveries as new balls come out.
Yeah, replacement ball. Jatin Modi. He's the third umpire. He runs out with a box of balls. And now the tournament expense for this year's minor league, Toyota Minor League Series, Matt, presented by Sunoco, has gone up by a ball.
Yeah, they're not that cheap. And it's not very easy, I'm sure, for Brian Kane and Ritesh to find one that's been 16.1 overs old, 143 runs, 3 wickets down.
Yeah, we saw up at Texas Josh Duscombe just making sure he finds all the balls, and he told us these are not cheap balls. They cost quite a bit, so they want to find them back. So we're back with the cricket. Milind Kumar on 46 into the onside. Fielder comes around. That's Richard Allen. He's been a busy man. It's 144 for 3.
Jonathan Fu on 19 of 13 deliveries. Partnership of 42 between these two. It's been very good.
And now Jonathan Fu into the hands of Umair Asif. He takes a good catch. And that's the end of Jonathan Fu. It's 144 for 4.
Very good catch there from Umair Asif. Out on the boundary, putting in the dive, and takes a well-judged catch. So in the end, Balaji's drop catch doesn't count for much. I'm sure he'll be quite relieved. Jonathan Fu departs for 19. A good partnership between the two comes to an end. And not a bad innings from Fu. He walks back for 19. It's 144 for 4.
Liam Plunkett, Matt, comes to the middle. England international. Having played tests, won the international and T20 for England. And so he comes in here with 21 balls remaining. Plunkett, we saw him bat last week. And he got among the runs, brought the Philadelphians over the line against the New York Empire State Titans. And he comes in here to join captain Milind Kumar. Milind has batted well for 47. And straight away, Liam Plunkett comes on to strike. 7 runs in this over so far from Imrul Hashib. Big moment for him.
Liam Plunkett, you'd think one of the World Cup heroes for England in that so memorable game, the 2019 World Cup final. Would have got 3 for 32 in that final, Liam Plunkett, in what has since gone down as probably one of the best cricket games ever played between England and New Zealand. Liam Plunkett had a big role to play in that game, has since relocated to the United States. A big addition for US cricket and a big addition for the Philadelphians. We've seen his all-round capability. He's done well with ball in hand and has gotten some runs, including 41 against Morrisville. And we saw a 19 against the Empire State Titans, but a well-played 19, not out.
Yeah, Matt, you're right on that. He's a top-quality addition to the Philadelphians. And don't talk about the international experience he brings to the unit. The Philadelphians, they could learn a lot from Liam Plunkett. They will. And so he comes back into strike with 19 balls remaining. The Philadelphians, they're batting at 146.
Down the track from Plunkett. Umair Asif is out there. 10 of the over from Hashib Imrul. Got the wicket of Fu. 147 for 4 at the end of 17.
So 18 balls remaining, 147 on the board. You can see that. It's Najaf Shah, the captain, 2 overs, no min, 1 for 12. Matt comes back and will come into bowl to the former England international star Liam Plunkett. Ball steered into the offside and hands the strike over to Milind Kumar. Milind has batted brilliantly here today. He's 48 so far, well deserved to get a half century. But Najaf Shah and the boys from New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers will have a say in this. It's 148 for 4.
No doubt, I'm sure they'll want to get rid of him as quick as possible. 17 deliveries left. Got rid of Fu. Would be even better to get rid of Milind Kumar. That'll really put pressure on the Philadelphians, but it hasn't been easy. Milind Kumar has been in very good form today.
Not yet a 50 in this series. We've seen him scoring 45 and 48 before. He goes up to 49. Good quality ball here from Najaf Shah. Very quality bowler is Najaf Shah. Very tough customer. And a player who has plied his trade over the years in the U.S. from Dallas, Texas, where he resides, to the eastern part of the United States, and a constant fixture at the U.S. Open.
Leading wicket taker for the Somerset Cavaliers so far in the tournament is Najaf Shah with 8. And you say that has had lots of experience with the Cavaliers franchise in general and whatever tournament that may be.
So movement behind the bowler's arm, just trying to make sure everything is all set as Liam Plunkett settles and wait for Najaf Shah. They're on the verge of getting 150. It's 149. Ball tugged into the onside. So the 150 comes up here for the Philadelphians. And it comes off the bat of Liam Plunkett. It's 150 on the board.
Plunkett has shown very good intent. We saw him step down the track to Imrul and now looking to pull that one away. Hasn't quite been able to find any gaps as yet, but the intent is there, and that's what you want with 15 deliveries to go.
So a couple of milestones come up here. It's 150 on the board, and Milind Kumar, he's up to 49. He is led from the front, and I don't know what they call a captain's innings, but he has played one. He's up to 49, and you're watching Shaw runs into ball to Milind Kumar. He's on 49, and look at that, driven into the onside. And that's 50 runs to Milind Kumar.
Well played indeed for Milind Kumar. Deserved that half century. Has shown how simple batting can be. I mentioned it. I'm just very blown away by how he's gone about his business. 2 4s, 2 6s. That's not a lot. But has still managed to get 50 off 30 deliveries. Striking at over 166.
Yeah, very good put together innings from Milind Kumar. You hardly saw balls going across the cone and certainly over the cone. And a brilliant 50 here from Milind Kumar. Well played, Milind.
Down the ground from Plunkett. Playing some very good shots here, Liam Plunkett. Just not able to find any gaps. It's been an over of singles so far from Najaf Shah, which is good at this stage of the game, given the 2 batsmen he's bowling to.
So Liam Plunkett, certain numbers will be very important for him. The number 628, very important for Liam Plunkett, is the English test cap he was given, numbered 628, which makes him the 628th Englishman to play red ball cricket. Milind Kumar on 50 not out. Here is Najaf Shah. And Milind continues to turn over the strike. That will complete over number 18. And after 18, the Philadelphians, having won the toss, led by Milind Kumar, deciding to bat. It's 153 for 4.
1, 2, 3.
So ball played into the onside. And Milind Kumar picks up a couple of runs, takes the score up to 156, Matt. We're down to the last 11 balls.
Burhan Saeed, 3.1 overs, none for 36. Milind Kumar, 53 off 32 deliveries, 5 deliveries remaining. Burhan Saeed, bit on the expensive side. Will be looking to at least get a good 19th over in. But it won't necessarily be easy. And that's the reason why. Milind Kumar goes straight and sends that one into the bushes. Another good shot from Milind Kumar, goes all the way for 6. He goes up to 59.
Yeah, it's the safest place to hit a cricket ball. Most of the time, nobody is straight down the ground. Bisecting mid-off and mid-on. And that's a shot of command. He goes up to 59. It's 162 for 4. So 8 runs off this over so far, 10 balls remaining. Oh, this one is launched into the deep. This is the biggest we have seen all day.
That has been smoked out of the ground from Milind Kumar. No doubt about that. That's the biggest we've seen today. A monster of a hit. That one has been sent so far back into the forest. Not sure if we'll get this one back. It'll be quite a long search, I feel. Milind Kumar, he goes up to 65 and not wasting time in going after Burhan Saeed, realizing that now is the time to go. And by some miracle, they've got the ball back. That one was sent a long way back by Milind Kumar. But a couple of 6s now in this over, 15 off it. 14 rather. And 3 deliveries to go. Milind Kumar on 65 has really steered the ship for the Philadelphians.
So under pressure is Burhan Saeed. Look at that. Look at that. That has gone a long way again. Another 6 for Milind Kumar. 3 6s in a row.
Taking the fight to Burhan Saeed. 3 6s straight, a hat-trick for Milind Kumar now. 20 off this over. And he is in a mood today, Milind Kumar. He's batted well. But now we're seeing the aggressive side. Now we're seeing the 6 hitting side of Milind Kumar. Has hit 5 of them over the boundary. 3 of them in this over alone. And 174 now for the Philadelphians. All of a sudden 190 isn't out of the question.
Yeah, we'll take a we'll take a break here. It's 174, 3 6s in a row, 20 runs in this over so far. And Milind Kumar, you can see on your screen there, he's up into the 70s. He's up to 71. A big moment here for the Philadelphians. And it looks like Milind Kumar has stopped in at one of those Sunoco gas stations. And he's refueled up, Matt. And it's on the highway again. He's taken off.
Yeah, he really has targeted Burhan Saeed. Has been a tough over this for Burhan. And still 2 deliveries to go. Oof, that one coming up a lot higher, but it might run away. And it does in the end. So another boundary, and not entirely sure. It may have come off something, because it's gone for 4 runs to Milind Kumar. 24 off this over from Burhan Saeed. 3 6s, a 4 and a double for Milind Kumar. 75 of 36 deliveries. 178 the Philadelphians.
Yes, his highest score, Milind Kumar. A couple of 40s during the course of this year's minor league, but look at that, he's up to 75 at the moment. And Burhan Saeed, Nona Stark comes into bowl to... oh, look at that! This is launched a long way back over the pavilion of the Philadelphians. And Milind Kumar on fire. He goes up to 81. It's 184 for 4. So massive strike again from Milind Kumar. And the Philadelphians, they go up to past 180. 184 for 4. Final over coming up. What an over we've seen here from Milind Kumar.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah! Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
So welcome back. We're coming to you continuing coverage of the Toyota 2022 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Najaf Shah will bowl the final over. But Matt, 81 here from Milind Kumar as Najaf Shah, the captain, comes in to bowl the final 6 with the Philadelphians, 184. Here we go, final over. Oh, Liam Plunkett, very cheeky. And now this one has gone away from 4. In fact, it has not gone away for 4, and they come back for 3. A chance of a run out. Milind Kumar comes tumbling home. It's 191 for 4.
Everything's flown off there for Milind Kumar. Taking quite the tumble. But some good running between the two of them to get back for 3. Good innovation from Liam Plunkett. Good cricket all round from the Philadelphians there. Milind Kumar putting literally everything on the line to make sure he was safe. But a good start to the over here from the Philadelphians.
So Milind Kumar comes back into strike. 5 balls remaining. We've seen very good fielding from the man at backward square. May have saved the boundary, but in the end, 3 runs off the bat of Liam Plunkett. He's playing a good hand. We've seen series of big partnership. In fact, every pair that has gone out in the middle has come up with some big partnership.
Milind Kumar looking to replicate what Liam did. Doesn't get hold of it.
So good score here from the Philadelphians, Matt. When we look what the Philadelphians have made during the course of this series, we saw 190 last week, was taken down, and now their second highest score of the season, still undefeated here with 4 balls remaining. You get the feeling that they could score their highest team score of this year minor league series. They're just about 2 runs away from that. We saw them getting 190 last week, and they're up to 188 for 4. Here's Najaf Shah. Hammered into the offside. Richard Allen, he's been a busy man today. We saw him taking 2 catches. And now the strike goes over to Milind Kumar.
3 deliveries left. Milind Kumar, 82 off 38 deliveries. What an innings he's played. He needs 3 sixes for triple figures.
You never know what can happen.
Still possible. We saw him hit 4 in the previous over off of Brian Saeed.
So Najaf Shah will come into bowl to Milind Kumar. And Kumar goes towards the offside. Balaji into the hands and out of the hands of Balaji. And he's dropped a couple of catches. Milind Kumar scores another run. It's 190 for 4, all happening here at Howe Athletic Park.
Not a great day for the youngster Yashwant Balaji. A couple of chances now. First was Fu, and now Milind Kumar. Same position as well. Has been put down. Really got to take those.
And you could tell Najaf Shah doesn't like any bit of what's happening out on the field. Already under the pump. And now catches are beginning to be floored. Liam Plunkett comes in to strike with 2 balls remaining. It's 190 on the board here for the Philadelphians, their highest score of the series. And more runs into the onside. They're running quickly. They would want to come back for 2. They run back for 2. The throw comes in. The batsman home, their highest score of the series. It's 192.
Plunkett goes up to 11. 8 has come off this over from Najaf Shah. Has done quite well. 3.5 overs, 1 for 26 today. So a good day given. Philadelphians are 192 going at 9.6 and over. He's been the standout for the Somerset Cavaliers.
So the final ball comes up. Najaf Shah runs in from the commentary box and comes into bowl to Liam Plunkett. 192 on the board. Plunkett plays and misses, and the ball goes through to Meet Shah. And that's the end of the Philadelphians. And of 20 overs, it comes to an end. And it's 192. 192 at the end of 120 balls. Milind Kumar will walk away undefeated on 83. What an innings this man has played, Milind Kumar. But in the end, it's 192 posted by the Philadelphians, winning the toss and electing to bat. Somerset Cavaliers will need 10 runs and over when they come out. Don't go away. Lots of good cricket left in this game. And we'll see you back in about 15 minutes' time with the news. New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers will require 193 to win this encounter. See you soon. But the outfield will be lightning fast. We haven't had rain here for some time, and so we're all set and awaits the emergence of the Somerset Cavaliers, as the Philadelphians would have won the toss, electing to bat. I'm pretty sure we will be seeing Saeed Abdullah and certainly Derek Narayan, 2 explosive openers at the top of the order, with the Philadelphians having won the toss and they have elected to bat. The umpires out in the middle, Brian Kane, who comes out of New York, and Ritesh Patel, a man who comes from this state, the state of New Jersey. So we're all set and ready to go here as continuing coverage continues with the 2022 Toyota Minor League Series presented by Sunoco. And I'm pretty sure we'll have some Sunoco moments here, Matt, in this game. Well, I'm pretty sure that players will be gassing up and stepping on the gas, and we'll have to wait and see who has that Sunoco power to take them all the way to the end and to finish first. Big Sunoco moment here coming up.
And we've seen him and his power hitting pretty much in every state. And Derek Narayan, popular man in the Northeast, that comes out of the New York area. I've seen a lot of him, Derek Narayan.
So Saeed Abdullah and Derek Narayan, as expected, they've carried the top order for the Philadelphians since the start of this year's minor league. And Derek Narayan has been retained by the Philadelphians. We saw Abdullah moving across from, is it the New England Eagles? Yeah, he's moved across from the New England Eagles. As we see, Meet Shaw is the keeper. So things are all set, and it appears Umaid Asif a man with PSL experience, Matt. He comes in here, Karachi Kings, and then earlier on, I think he would have also played for another franchise at the PSL level. So he's ready to be given the ball. Ball to Saeed. That's a good start. Ball goes through to
the power play.
Oh, look at that. Good song off the bat. And that has gone a long way. And it's gone upstairs. 6 runs for Abdullah.
Clean hit off the bat of Abdullah Saeed. As soon as you heard it, you just knew there was only one place that was ending up. Abdullah on strike. And cutting well as Syed Abdullah goes over the infield, and this will run away for 4 runs. So Syed Abdullah given width straight away, slices that one away.
Oh, full. Oh, sliced away through the offside. And the man may have missed field, and that has gone away for 4. Here is Umaid Asif. Oh, lofted straight down the ground. That's his favorite area. And he picks up 4. So good start from Derek Area. There we go. Extra cover. And this is running up towards the cover boundary. And crosses the cone. More runs there for Derek Narain. Consecutive boundaries up from the left-hander. Without loss. Oh, more from Derek Narain. And that has gone over the offside again. And we'll wait to see. Here's a signal from umpire Ritesh Patel. That's 4 more runs. Consecutive 4s. Oh, into the offside. More runs here for Derek Narain. Fielder comes around. I will just run around to retrieve the ball. That's another big offside shot from Derek Narain. Oh, balled him. So that's the end of Derek Narain. Perhaps a careless looking swing. Come from the same entity. Oh, look at this. Big strike here from Abdullah Saeed. And that breaks the bit of stranglehold that Burhan Saeed had on Abdullah. Oh, smashed out of the park. And that's gone all the way into the forest. Abdullah for 6.
Which they did successfully.
So in the air, hasn't timed it well. Richard Allen comes around, takes a relatively easy catch. In the end, got into good.
170 runs for Hemraj.
Oh, into the onside. Milind Kumar, and that's gone for 6. So, oh, smashed into the offside. It could go all the way. In fact, 56 comes around. Can get hold to the ball. Burhan Saeed. And in the end, that is gone. So Milind Kumar hasn't faced that ball yet. And look at that. Smashed over square leg. And that's gone away for 4. Too short and given.
Accelerate his innings. In the air. Over Richard Allen. May have got a fingertip on that one. But all the...
Oh, smashed. Richard Allen. Straight into the hands. And Richard...
in the air, and don't worry about that one. That's gone a long way back. A monster of a hit from Jonathan Fu. That goes all the way for 6.
I think he's yet to face a dot ball. Oh, cut away. That's a good looking shot from Milind Kumar. Running up towards the backward point boundary. And that has gone away for 4 runs. Oh, cut away from Jonathan Fu. And that has gone for 4. That's a lovely shot from the right-hander.
Trying to get a 6th bowler in here, the Somerset Cavaliers. They only used 5 so far. That is not a great start at all. Imrul Hashib, too easy to hit. And Milind Kumar sends that one over the Philly camp and into the bushes. Not great at all between these two. It's been very good.
And now Jonathan Fu into the hands of Umair Asif. He takes a good catch. And that's the end of Jonathan Fu. Ball to Milind Kumar. He's on 49. And look at that. Driven into the onside. And that's 50 runs to Milind Kumar.
Well played. Well played indeed for Milind Kumar. Deserved that half century. But it won't necessarily be easy. And that's the reason why. Milind Kumar goes straight and sends that one into the bushes. Another good shot from Milind Kumar. Goes all the way for 6.
this one is launched into the deep. This is the biggest we have seen all day.
That has been smoked out of the ground.
So under pressure is Borhan Saeed. Look at that. Look at that. That has gone a long way again. Another 6 for Milind Kumar.
Oof, that one coming up a lot higher, but it might run away. And it does in the end. So another boundary, not entirely sure. It may have come off something.
Stark comes into ball to... oh, look at that. This is launched a long way back over the pavilion of the Philadelphians. And Milind Kumar on fire. He goes up to 81. It's Kumar. And Kumar goes towards the offside. Balaji into the hands and out of the hands of Balaji. And he's dropped a couple of catches. Milind.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco. You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
One, two, three.
Debut.
Yeah, a couple of runs for him. His first runs in minor league cricket. And it comes off the bowling of Liam Plunkett. So a couple of runs to start with. And so things are on the way here in the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. They're chasing a big score map. And so they need 191 still from 118 balls. But Chandrapal Hemraj, he's gonna have a chance to really prove that he can bat in this condition. This one into the offside, can't score. As the ball goes into the vicinity of Derek Narain, it's 2 on the board.
Pandit Prajapati, we saw him at the USPL up in upstate New York. Ball beater, has shots all around the ground, has played a confident looking drive already, but a major step up this is minor league cricket, and he's facing Liam Plunkett.
So Plunkett moves in again to bowl to Prajapati. Ah, big swing and a miss. Ball goes through to Jonathan Fu. A bit of anxious moment there for Vandit. 2 on the board.
Jonathan Fu behind the stumps. Not usually accustomed to seeing him there, but without Mario Rampasad in the team, then they've had to find another keeper, and Jonathan Fu has been the man. So far has held up quite well. We saw him against the Empire State Titans donning the gloves. Here's Liam Plunkett has bowled a very good first over. This one down the leg side. May have clipped something. So another dot ball to Vandit Prajapati. You could see the intent looking to go after Liam Plunkett. Just hasn't been able to get bat on ball.
Yeah, he wants a wide. Umpire Brian Kane says that the ball was a fair ball, may have touched something according to Brian Kane. But Vandit Prajapati in his first minor league game, he's very adamant. He is of the opinion that should have been a wide. He hasn't touched that ball, but we're back with cricket as Plunkett runs into ball to Prajapati. Oh, short one, trying to pull. Ball coming on to him a lot quicker than he expected. And in the end, a very choked shot, very unmuffled sound. It's 3 off the first over. Good one here from Liam Plunkett.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Milind Kumar, the captain, looking to build on some of that momentum that he would have gotten with the bat. We saw a brilliant knock from him, now coming in with ball in hand. So we saw Liam Plunkett now looking to slow things down with Milind Kumar. And Vandit Prajapati is on 3. This one pulled away in front of Anirudh Emmanuel. And a single to Vandit Prajapati gets Chandrapal Hemraj onto strike. Hemraj, Guyana Amazon Warriors player. Very well known in Guyana and on the CPL level. And very consistent, very aggressive player is Chandrapal Hemraj. So 2 very attacking players here, similar to the Philadelphians with Abdullah Saeed and Derek Narayan. We've got 2 aggressive openers here with Hemraj and Prajapati. And with 189 to get from 113 deliveries, they'll need some early aggression.
Yes, Matt, and we saw last week what happened when Chandrapal Hemraj got 130. That was an individual brilliance from him that saw Somerset over the line. And somebody will have to play very similar kind of innings from Chandrapal Hemraj from last week. And Chandrapal Hemraj could be one of those players. Xavier Marshall still to come. Richard Allen. And the rest is a series of all-rounders. So that the top of the batting will certainly have to be Chandrapal Hemraj, Prajapati, Xavier Marshall, and Richard Allen. Those will be the batsmen to factor in here if they are to get 188 from 111 balls.
Good start from Milind Kumar. Lots of bowling in this Philadelphian side. Got the likes of Tristan Carmichael making his 2022 minor league debut. The likes of Jonai Drysdale, who we've seen. Chiru Bhatia, who we've gotten 5 for earlier on. Abhijit Kangura, Anirudh Emmanuel. Abdul Jabbar, this one pulled away. It'll beat Anirudh Emmanuel, and it will go all the way for 6. So maximum to Vandit Prajapati, getting a short delivery from Milind Kumar and pulling that one all the way for 6. So good looking shot from Prajapati. In the air, up and over, and this will run away for 4 more. So runs flowing here off the bat of Vandit Prajapati. He's gotten off to a flyer here on his minor league debut. Takes the score up to 15. It's been an expensive over from Milind Kumar. Prajapati has taken the fight to him. .12 off the over so far. Cut away by Prajapati. And they were looking for a single there, but in the end it's not there. So 15 off. So 12 of the over, 15 without loss after 2.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Plunkett back in. Plunkett will continue. First over went for 3 and 15 without loss after 2 overs. 178 required from 108 deliveries, asking rate of 9.8. Hemraj Prajapati has looked confident, has gone through with a lot of his shots, has had attacking intent, which is what you want. And Chandrapal Hemraj has only faced 2 deliveries, hasn't really gotten to strike as yet, but now faces up to Liam Plunkett. Will be a very interesting contest this.
So we saw 16 sixes off the bat of Chandrapal Hemraj last week. And Matt, he sits at the top of the table with 23 maximum of this tournament so far, the highest by any player.
And also the most runs in the Atlantic Conference as of this morning.
130 last week, just second behind Unmuk Chand for the highest individual score ever in the minor league series. Couple of good balls here off the bowling of Liam Plunkett. So the contest is on. Chandrapal Hemraj versus Liam Plunkett. And now Prajapati comes into strike. And Prajapati has batted extremely well so far. We saw in the last over a couple of boundaries. He's a top-class player, and I'm glad he's been given the opportunity to perform on the minor league stage. So far, he has impressed. So a long way to go, asking 10 runs and over. And the Philadelphians, they've enjoyed a very good day out in the middle here at Howe Athletic Park. We saw a big knock from Milind Kumar, who got 83. And we also saw 31 from Abdullah Saeed. Ball chopped into the ground. Jonathan Fu, the man given the glove in preference to Mario Ramprasad. And just coming back to part of the issue, to give Jonathan Fu the glove, Matt, they're fulfilling 2 roles by giving Fu the gloves.
Yeah,
Being the top order batsman, and of course he becomes the keeper.
Yeah, very, very good player to have in your side, Jonathan Fu. And when he's not keeping, he can be quite a handy bowler as well. So a true all-rounder is Jonathan Fu, getting the edge over Mario Ramprasad, who himself is a good keeper and good player. Hasn't been able to crack the side. Prajapati gets a healthy edge, and that'll run away for 4 more. So the boundary is coming here for Vandit Prajapati. Has looked very confident, very fearless. Has gone after Liam Plunkett. And sometimes need a bit of luck.
Nothing wrong with that, Matt. Those shot favors the fearless and brave batsman. You take on the fast bowler at times. Sometimes it doesn't matter where they fly, but it requires some bit of bravery. Prajapati has come up very brave here. Doesn't matter how they come. 20 on the board. So still a long way to go. Asking almost 10 runs and over. Prajapati, Hemraj, Xavier Marshall and Richard Allen watch those 4 batsmen. Oh, over the offside. That's a classy shot from Vandit Prajapati. And that's gone for a maximum.
Well, I'm starting to feel my claims of Vandit Prajapati are being justified here. We rated him so highly at the start of this game. And now everyone is getting to see it for themselves. Vandit Prajapati, brilliant shot, carved up and over, all the way for 6. Not an easy shot to play all the way for 6, but Prajapati has done it and has made it look very easy. And has flown up to 24 of just 13 deliveries.
You gotta love this contest. It's a lot of runs still to be scored, but Somerset Cavaliers, this one up and over. Again, running up towards the cover boundary. And Shiro Bhatia will just have to run and retrieve. That's another boundary for Vandit Prajapati.
15 of the over. Cavaliers off to a fly at 30 without loss after 3.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So the action continues, 3 overs gone. And Matt, they're scoring exactly what the equation is and certainly what the requirements are. And that is to score 10 runs and over. Milind Kumar. Milind Kumar bowled an over that conceded 12 runs last. And comes into bowl to Chandrapal Hemraj. Very attacking player. And he will have to play a key hand here if Somerset Cavaliers is to overhaul. 192.
Chandrapal Hemraj has so far been a spectator, given what Prajapati has done. Hemraj, this one is in the air. It lands safe. Trinson Carmichael coming around. Trinson Carmichael coming into the Philadelphian side for the first time this year. And I'm expecting quite a lot from him when it's his time with the ball in hand. We saw him in the power play for the Empire State Titans last year. Was very effective. Today, not quite, but we're seeing Plunkett and Milind Kumar with the action so far from Philadelphians. Vandit Prajapati, very exciting player on the rise. 28 of 14 deliveries.
Yeah, this man has really come onto the scene with a bang. Vandit Prajapati. And he's coming to help the top order of the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, in which they have struggled to find an opener with Hemraj. They have tried Salek Iqbal, they have tried Abhijit Prabhu, and there's a couple of good balls here from Milind Kumar. He's having a very good day, Milind. Got 83, and now he's bowling well. It's 31 without loss. Yeah, just coming back to Prajapati, he's here to solve a problem. And that problem, New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers never had a flourishing opener. And they've struggled from time to time during the course of this series. You look at their record and you'll understand why they have lost so many games. Oh, up and over, through the offside. And more runs here. Drysdale is giving chase and they come back for 2. That's a good looking shot again from Prajapati.
Very brave players, Vandit Prajapati. Love the mentality. I love brave players coming out on debut and looking to make a name for themselves. It's T20 cricket. You've got to be brave. You've got to take chances. You've got to be fearless. The worst thing that you could possibly do in a T20 game is just go in a shell and just defend every ball and not get anything going. Vandit Prajapati has done the complete opposite, looking to score off every ball. Got to love that mentality from him so far. Especially given the Somerset Cavaliers need 193 for victory. Short ball looking to pull. Anirudh Emmanuel is the fielder out there. Gets a single. So 4 of the over. It's 34 for none after 4. Without loss, 4 overs completed. Wanoy Drysdale comes into the attack. Player with lots of pace is Drysdale. Runs in with a lot of heat. But Vandit Prajapati fears no man at the moment. Here to make a name for himself, here to give himself a platform to launch his career. And so far, he's done quite well for the Somerset Cavaliers, 31 of 18 deliveries. And Joannoy Drysdale has had his ups and downs with the Philadelphians so far. Only 3 wickets in the tournament, but again a player with lots of pace.
Yeah, Drysdale so far in the series, 18 overs. He's conceded 153 runs. And his economy rate has been 8.5. Starts well. Prajapati always looking to play one of those big shots. Gets a single and turns the strike over to Chandrapal Hemraj. This is going to be a very good contest. Chandrapal Hemraj, relative to the skill and the talent he has, Matto, you've got to say he's been kept quiet so far. Look at the card. No boundary here so far from Chandrapal Hemraj. That means that the Philadelphians have shut him down for the time being. And it has been the Prajapati show for the time being.
Yeah, they've shut down one end and given that end this Chandrapal Hemraj, a CPL player, a successful CPL player. I'm sure Philadelphians will be quite happy with that. Drysdale, first ball in for a single. Here he is to Hemraj. Hemraj looking to go big through the offside. Goes through to Jonathan Fu. So a good start here from Drysdale.
So in the absence of Kareem Agor, we've seen the debut performance this year for Trinson Carmichael. We've seen Mario Ramprasad being asked to sit out. Jonathan Fu gave him the glove. And so now Brian Kane is asking some bit of movement towards the bowler's arm, and so we are ready for play as Chandrapal Hemraj faces a Drysdale. Oh, look at that! Smashed and gone a long way. It's gone high, and it has the distance, and that has gone for 6. Chandrapal Hemraj has begun where he left off from last week.
Yeah, he deals in 6s, Chandrapal Hemraj, and the stats will show that most 6s in the competition. So far, 16 of them against the Titans, and now he's hit one off Drysdale. That's gone a long way back. It was a clean hit from Hemraj.
So that'll take him up to 24 6s in the tournament. Rakeem Cornwall is nearby. We're watching Drysdale. Oh, smashed. Look at that. And that's gone over the pavilion of the Philadelphians, and that's another massive 6.
Yeah, Drysdale going short on a couple of occasions here. Chandrapal Hemraj has not taken to that too kindly at all. Couple of big 6s off the bat of Chandrapal Hemraj. Goes up to 15. And the Somerset Cavaliers are off to a very good start here. 47 without loss. And Drysdale put under some pressure here.
6s off the bat of Chandrapal Hemraj. Too short here from Drysdale. But Matt, you've seen Chandrapal Hemraj bat so many times. It's not that you cannot bowl the ball pitch up to him. He has shots on those balls too, but he's such a quality player, and he punches on to that one. So maybe a replacement ball, and so we'll begin when cricket resumes. 47 without loss. They're going at exactly just over 10 and over, exactly what is required. The Philadelphians posting 192, of which we saw Milind Kumar getting 83. Abdullah got 31. Shiru Bhatia got 27. Jonathan Fu 19. Liam Plunkett not out on 11. And Derek Narain 17. Everybody was among the runs today for the Philadelphians. And you're watching their defense of 192.
Drysdale under the pump so far. Couple of big 6s from Chandrapal Hemraj. .5 is required. They're going over that at just over 10 and over. Hemraj, couple of big blows from him. Drysdale. Better ball. Way better ball. And Hemraj can't do much with it. 13 of this over, 1 ball left.
Yeah, good comeback ball here from Drysdale. Enjoying his first season with the Philadelphians. Would have come across from his former team, and he's playing against his former teammates, Matt.
Yeah, I was with the Somerset Cavaliers last year. Drysdale has made the move to the Philadelphians. Runs up to Hemraj. In the air, Liam Plunkett is under it, and it just goes through his hands. It was a tough one. Tough chance for Plunkett, running back. It was swirling in the air, never got into a fine enough position. So Hemraj survives. It's 49 without loss at the end of 5.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
So the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers nearing that first milestone. 49 without loss after 5 overs. Vandit Prajapati has put on a show. 32 of 19, but we saw Chandrapal Hemraj take care of one-eyed Drysdale. Couple of monster sixes from him. But action shifts back to Prajapati as Abdul Jabbar comes into the attack. Formerly of the DC Hawks from the DMV area, Abdul Jabbar.
Yes, Matt, leg spinner. And will come into bowl to Vandit Prajapati, 49 on the board. So they're approaching a 50 here, the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. They're chasing a big score. They're chasing 193. And we are in the 6th over. One more over before the power play ends. And Matt, we've got a special treat for our viewers. You're watching at home or wherever you are. We've got one of the organizers and certainly connected with the Philadelphians, Mayor, who will be with us for a few hours, and we'll talk to Mayor about the Philadelphians' preparations and their ongoing preparation and plans for the remainder of the season. They've put together a wonderful bunch of guys, a lot of plans. They have a big weekend coming up in 2 weeks up at Exton Park. We'll have a chat with Mayor, who will fill us in on what's happening from the Philadelphians' perspective. And so that's coming up at the next couple of balls.
Fine over this from Abdul Jabbar. Couple of dots and now a single to Prajapati. Gets Hemraj on strike. But a good start from Abdul Jabbar.
Yeah, the 50 comes up here for the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. And it comes in the 6th over. And that brings Chandrapal Hemraj back onto strike. He's been quite explosive so far. We came into this match knowing his reputation as a 6-hitter. And so far, with a couple of big sixes in this park, he has really lived up to the reputation, Matt, that he can strike the ball and strike them far.
Yeah, he's really done well here on debut. Prajapati, and he's got good company in Chandrapal Hemraj. This one in the air and gone all the way for 6. So another maximum to Chandrapal Hemraj. That adds to his growing tally in this minor league cricket championship.
Yeah, Matt, you've got to love the approach here from Chandrapal Hemraj. There's only one way to win a game that you're asking to score 193 runs, and that is to go very aggressive. We're still in the power plays, and that's a good hit from Chandrapal Hemraj.
No time to waste here when chasing a total like that. This one played up straight to the fielder. So good comeback ball from Abdul Jabbar. Aside from that 6, it's been a good over. 3 dots and a single. But final ball coming up here. Hemraj looking to go big on that occasion as well. Slug sweep type of shot maybe, but doesn't go through. And 56 without loss after the power play.
So when we come back, we'll talk to Mayer, connected with the Philadelphians as to how things are going and the plans ahead for the Philadelphians. 6 overs gone, 56 without loss.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
We welcome you back to the beautiful Howe Athletic Park, in which a very keen contest is developing here. 192 posted by the Philadelphians. We saw Milind Kumar, the captain, getting 83. In reply, the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers are punching hard. They're punching back. They're batting a 56 at the end of 6. In the box with me, want to say welcome to Mayur Rao, co-owner of the Philadelphians. Mayur, your team has posted 192. We're seeing a spirited chase.
Thank you, Lenny, and thank you, Matt, for having me in the commentary box. I know it's a place of sanctity for you guys. Always fun to come and have a chat. I think an interesting game unfolding in front of us. Certainly the Somerset Cavaliers have come out all guns blazing, as expected. Chasing 192 is not going to be easy, but I think with the kind of power play that they've had, they've certainly put their hand up, and they're staying in the game at the moment.
Yes, Mayor, and I sense the Philadelphians will use last week's game up in New York, up at Idlewild Park, to have that upward momentum. A win here today will certainly supplement that momentum, perhaps going into a couple of weeks from now, which we'll talk about. But so far, you need some momentum shift. This could be that game.
Yeah, that was a great game, wasn't it? At Idlewild Park, high-scoring affair. Chasing 190 wasn't difficult, but I think the team did execute their plans. I think one of the key aspects of T20 cricket is being able to execute the plans, because there's not much time in the game. It was good to see the team pull up a win there and hopefully carry the momentum forward today.
So single to Prajapati. We've seen Prajapati making his debut in minor league. We saw him in the USPL, and I was pretty impressed with him, Mayer. But let's talk about the preparations and certainly the execution by the Philadelphians. How have things been going?
I think it's been great so far, Lenny. The franchise has been in existence for 3 years now, since the formation of the minor league. And every year we are trying to improve upon what we did last year as a franchise, both on and off the field. So there's a lot of effort that goes on behind the scenes. The cricket that we see on the field is a result of all of that. And I'm glad that cricket in general is really picking up as a mainstream sport in America. And we are very happy to be at the forefront of it as the Philadelphians.
So you're watching Drysdale. You can't miss the moment. Oh, look at that! Off his hip! And that's gone massively into the bushes. Another 6 from Chandrapal Hemraj.
He's in the form of his life, isn't he? Hemraj. A tremendous century a few days ago. He's just really continued where he left off last time. And these are ominous signs for the Philadelphians, to be honest.
Well, he's going to be a key man here. The Philadelphians will have a restless time in the field once Chandrapal Hemraj is out in the middle, and that will give us a chance to really catch up on what you were talking. So things have been going pretty well. I know the Philadelphians is one of the teams on the Eastern Conference side, has done a lot of social media publicity. In fact, when you look across social media pages, the Philadelphians certainly leads the way, and that has to show that there's a lot of work going on in that department also.
Absolutely, and I'm glad that you brought that point up, Lenny. So cricket, we all know, is not a new sport in America, but it's sort of phase 2 for this sport. You know, the sport was really popular many years back, but right now I think it's every sort of stakeholder's responsibility to be able to bring the sport back to life, and that's what we are looking to do from a Philadelphians point of view. So all of the effort that we are putting in terms of the social media coverage and off the field work that we're doing is to ensure that all the players get their due in terms of being known in the outside world. You know, we're not going to stop anytime soon. The effort is going to continue for the years to come.
So 29 to Chandrapal Hemraj, very exciting so far. Here's Drysdale. Oh, he edges this one or steers this one into the third man area. And a single will bring Vandit Prajapati back on strike. A partnership of 64 unbeaten so far from the openers. They have given this New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers a very rapid and solid start here, Meyer.
Great opening partnership so far. I mean, if you looked at the way they've gone about their business, Hemraj did not take a lot of risks in the first couple of overs, especially against Milan Kumar, who did get him out in the previous encounter at Church Street Park, North Carolina. So, and they let Vandit do the heavy lifting in the first half of the power play.
Yes, Meyer, you're right on that. We know we have a ball coming up in this over, but we'll talk about that. Philadelphia finished third last year. A little bit of distant third. If you finish 2, you get a chance to go into the playoff. You're right now third on the points table. You have posted 192. Still a long way to go in the series. You'll be hoping that you can better your placement from last year and sneak into the playoff.
Absolutely. I think all franchises want to get to that top 2 spots, no doubt about that. But the one thing that Philadelphians as a franchise focuses on is the process and not the result. We strongly believe that putting things in place at a ground level will automatically enhance performance and the results will follow. So right now we are not really focused on, you know, or our focus is not entirely on those 2 playoff spots. Our focus is to take it game by game, and that's what the team management strongly believes in right now. And if we play consistently in good cricket through the season, we expect to be in that top 2 slot by the end of the month.
So 7 overs gone, 66 on the board. Don't go away. This one is heading for an exciting finish. Could go anyway. It's 192 posted by the Philadelphians. But you look at your card on your screen there. We've seen a very spirited chase and a solid reply here from the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, who didn't start the series pretty well. In fact, losing stretches of their opening game. But we saw last week a big performance against the Empire State Titans, and they're fighting back hard here. Mario, let's talk about what's coming up in 2 weeks' time. I know a big weekend at Exton Park, probably one of the biggest event or the biggest weekend in minor league cricket over at Exton Park.
We are very excited for that, Lenny. So it's the Philly Summer Cricket Festival that's happening on the 30th of July. We are expecting standout crowd for the event, is something that the entire East Coast has never seen before. There's a lot of work that's been going on behind the scenes to make that event possible. We are really hoping that the rain gods give us a good hand and stay away for that couple of days.
So Abdullah comes into the attack, bowling change, and Hemraj into the offside. They scamper through for a single and brings Vandit Prajapati back on strike.
It's all matchups, Lenny. If you noticed, Abdullah hasn't been doing a lot of bowling this minor league season, but I'm sure of the fact that he's been brought on to bowl to stop Chandrapal Hemraj in any way possible. Exactly, taking the ball away from the left-hander. T20 cricket is all about matchups, and we can see one right now in front of us this over.
Yes, Meyer, I remember your commentary days. You're still very sharp in the box. 67 on the board. Good cricket so far from both teams. Can't score is this one. Yes, so let's come back to the 30th and the 31st. Certainly Exton Park will really be alive. And I know you guys are already put into plans. Lots of things will be happening on that day. Tell our viewers what to expect. Oh, into the onside from Prajapati. And this one has gone for another maximum number 6. In fact, number 7 off the bat of Prajapati.
Prajapati seems unstoppable this afternoon. As you mentioned, Lenny, this is his first game, and he certainly is making the management feel why he hasn't been picked so far in the playing squad. So it's going to be a tough challenge ahead for the Philadelphians this game, especially if both Prajapati and Hemraj continue to bat for any length of time.
Yes, Mayor, I spoke with Sakshi Vij, one of the corners, I think, with the Somerset Cavaliers, and he told me that for a while now Prajapati was on their radar, but they were very hesitant to give him a game. But because we saw Salek Iqbal and Abhishek Prabhu was struggling to really put the kind of score, the numbers that New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers needed, and this man has been given a chance. Vandit Prajapati is up to 41 from just 27 balls. And look at the scorecard, 73 without loss. This is beginning to be some bit of worry here for the Philadelphians.
No, Prajapati has definitely grabbed this opportunity with both his hands. He did. Don't forget the bowling spell that he put in.
This one short and hammered over square leg into the umpire's tent. And another 6 from Prajapati. He goes up to 47. Is 79 without loss.
Yeah, Lenny, I was just mentioning about the bowling spell that he did this early afternoon. I'm sure that gave him a lot of confidence as well with the bat. He picked up the key wicket of Abdullah when Abdullah was going really strong, and he's just translating all of that confidence into his batting as well.
Yeah, 2 for 33. You're right on that, Mayor. So let's continue. And so come the 30th and the 31st, your thoughts on what's happening?
Okay, so we are looking to make that a grand event for cricket, and the expectation is we want hundreds of families with their kids to come and really enjoy a day out of cricket, of high quality minor league cricket. We have 2 matches happening on that day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, and the Philadelphians are playing in the afternoon. We are very, very excited. We do ask all of our viewers and whoever's following.
This one is hammered. That's the 50 up for Vandit Prajapati. So his 50 comes up from just 30 balls. He's up to 53. Short and asking to be hit. And Prajapati obliges. He is brought up a 50 in quick time. His debut minor league game. And he scored a 50. 8 overs gone, 85 without loss.
Poor bowling actually. Too short.
So welcome back. 8 overs gone, 85 without loss. And on that day, you're talking about Mayor. On the 30th at Exton Park, New Jersey, Somerset Cavaliers, the team batting out in the middle, will take on the DC Hawks. They're coming over. And also visiting will be the New Jersey Stallions, the big team from last year. And also Manhattan Yorkers, one of the team that is really doing well on the Eastern Conference side, will be at Exton Park.
A lot of international stars that weekend, all huddling up at Exton Park, Lenny. And I'm sure the fans are really excited to come out and watch high quality cricket and also have a lot of fun with their family and kids. We expect, as I said before, we expect the turnout to be really good. And there are going to be a ton of activities for people to do. There's going to be food trucks, ice cream trucks for people to enjoy. We just want to bring cricket back to America and make people realize that it's a fun sport and it's a family sport for people to go and enjoy. And that's the motto of what we're looking to do at the Philly Cricket Summer Festival on 30th of July at Exton Park.
And Mayor, let me give you the opportunity to say thank you to the many sponsors and generous people who have come aboard helping the Philadelphians this year.
No, absolutely. We'd love to take this opportunity to thank all of our sponsors. Our principal sponsor being Bet Parks Casino. They've been a great partner to us so far, and we are really expecting for this relationship to go a long way in bringing cricket back to America, back to the Northeast, and back to Philadelphia. and all of our associate and co-sponsors as well.
So Yash Kangura has been given the ball. He replaces Drysdale. Drysdale 2 overs, no men, none for 25. And we're at the juncture of this game. The Philadelphians will have to play smart. They still have 108 runs in the tank. 72 balls remaining. But what we have seen, they haven't been able to break through this big partnership here. Chandrapal Hemraj on strike.
Yeah, I think this partnership is the key. Being able to get a wicket at this juncture would certainly turn the game around a little bit. The way these two are going right now, they are going to make 190 a relatively easier score to chase at this rate. But let's hope for the Philadelphians' sake. The partnership is broken.
So a couple of balls here from Kangura, a couple of wides. He's given up 3 runs, and we'll have to re-bowl those couple of balls. As we see, Brian Kane comes out with hands extended.
Little harsh maybe on the second one, Lenny. Touch and go. It's not a bowler's game, is it? High scoring, big bats, strong batsmen, smaller grounds.
Yeah, and there's a very narrow strip which you're required to bowl. Batsman knows those lines. So better ball here from Kangura. So now his bowling spell has officially started. And that's a good delivery here. Have you been pleased with the performance of the Philadelphians so far? I know this is a much more direct question to Milind Kumar and the people who play the cricket out in the field, the coaches and people connected closely to the game itself.
I think we've been very satisfied with the amount of work that the boys are putting in. As I mentioned before, we are trying to focus more on the process, and expectation is that the results will follow. Not every day you can have a great day and go out on a winning note, and vice versa. So I think from a planning and an effort standpoint, it's been top notch so far by the entire team. Can't ask for more.
So 50 from Prajapati is up to 54. Chandrapal Hemraj is on 33, 89 without loss. Karima Gore, when will the Philadelphians have his service back?
It's still a bit of a question mark, Lenny. So we are our medical team is closely assessing him. He's had a couple of weeks of rest now. We're closely monitoring him, and we are expecting him to take the field back soon. He does give a lot of different options.
So good slice on this one from Chandrapal Hemraj. Carmichael runs around, can't get to the ball in time, and that has gone away for 4. So Chandrapal Hemraj picks up another boundary, 93 without loss. This has been a quality start from the Cavaliers. They have struggled to string along big scores, but today, this afternoon here at Howe Athletic Park, it's 93 without loss, Mayor.
It appears as if the Philadelphians boys have been rattled a little bit by this partnership. I think this is where it really takes for a brilliant catch or a brilliant run out to change the game and really uplift the energy on the field. But at the moment, it's all been the Cavaliers show. The first 9 overs of this innings.
Sure, Mayor. We know, we have seen it so many times when wickets come, they come in clusters at times. So the challenge here for the Philadelphians is to just only get one. Anyone will do. Both batsmen has been very attacking. We probably would have come into this game watching Chandrapal Hemraj, but look what Prajapati has done. He has gotten the first 50 for the Somerset Cavaliers this afternoon.
I think the Philadelphia bowlers have gotten the length wrong for Prajapati. If you've looked at all of his boundaries and sixes, they've all been off short balls. He's been smart enough to play out the full length deliveries and the good length deliveries, and he's waited for the bowlers to err in length, and he's capitalized on them right away. And due credit to Vandat for the mindset and the approach.
So Kangura, final ball. And Vandit Prajapati picks up another run. So that will complete over number 9. And after 9 is 95 without loss. So still 98 to win from 66 balls, asking 8.9. And they're going 10.5. So they're a little ahead in terms of what is required here. When we come back, we'll finish up with Meyer co-owner of the Philadelphians, with 95 without loss on the board.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
So welcome back. And Rudy Emmanuel has been given the ball. Young vice captain for the Philadelphians this year, Mayor.
Yeah, we see a lot of good qualities in him. He's a top-notch cricketer, top-notch human being, puts in a lot of hard work off the field. We really are very excited by the next few years, the kind of things that we expect him to do on and off the field. Definitely a leader in the making, and we strongly believe that age shouldn't be a factor in taking decisions around how people can contribute towards a team and the team goals, and certainly Anirudh is a superstar in the making, and we are really looking forward to it.
So he comes in here, 98 to win from 65 balls, asking 9 runs and over. They're going just over 6. Prajapati has slammed the 50 already. So slice in the air, Abdullah, just over the head of Abdullah. And they'll come back. In fact, they'll settle for one, but the ball in the air, hanging a little while long in the air there, Mayor. An easy escape here from Prajapati.
Yeah, the wind actually just took the ball over Abdullah's head. Anirudh, if you notice, has a slightly different action, little bit unconventional. He does hurry the batsman with his air speed. These are some of the good qualities that he has as a leg spinner, especially a 17-year-old leg spinner. We'll see how he can come up against Hemraj. The matchup is more in Hemraj's favor, with the ball turning back into him.
So into the onside, so far so good. This over's gone for only a couple of runs and 3 balls. We've seen the failure of the Philadelphians so far to contain these batters. So far, Emmanuel has bowled 3 balls, 2 runs. This is a good over so far.
Yeah, the length has been the key, Lenny. The bowlers have been too short. Again, another short delivery in the air. It's another 6 there for one dead. No stopping here from Prajapati. He keeps getting these short deliveries and he keeps putting them away every single time.
Yeah, Mayor, you're right on that. Up comes the short ball and it goes out of the park. That's what has been the Philadelphians' problem. We haven't seen too many hits straight down the ground, and that is because the ball hasn't really got up to the batsman. But we've seen a lot of shots square of the wicket, which suggests that there have been too many short balls. 100 comes up for the Cavaliers. This one towards the offside. Drysdale comes around and keeps coming here. 9 runs in this over so far.
Yeah, they haven't learned from the first 7-8 overs, and it's very evident what his strong zones are. One that's strong zones, and the bowlers are continuing to feed him right there, and he's making them pay at the moment.
So we saw big innings from Chandrapal Hemraj last week. He continues to bat well, and that will complete the 10 over. So Mayor, we're down to the halfway stage, and they're off to a very good start. 104 without loss. 10 overs gone.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So we welcome you back here at Howe Athletic Park, home of the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. They're beginning to pick things up. We saw them playing Empire State Titans last week. Coming into this game, some bit of momentum. And that momentum has pushed them to 104 on the board. Kangura to Prajapati. That's a good ball, Mayor.
Yeah, Kangura is one who does vary his pace quite a bit. And on this pitch, Lenny, I think that's something that's been missing from the Philadelphians so far. Change in pace. They've been a little bit monotonous, either in pace or in length. I think Kangura has definitely come in and changed that up a little bit, and you could see that whenever he's bowling slightly fuller on good length and varies his pace, it's not been really easy to get him away.
Meyer, let's talk about the conditions at Exton Park versus the one here at Howe. You have more of a synthetic strip, and this one is a plain matting surface. How have you seen the adjustment made by your boys?
The pitch there at Exton Park certainly offers a lot of bounce and kick off of a good length, and that's something that you don't find on matting wickets generally. But if you notice, Lenny, the match last week at Idlewild Park was on a matting strip, so it's not been that difficult, I believe, for the boys, especially the bowlers, to get used to this wicket. It's just been a bit of an off day with the length, I guess.
Yeah, Meyer, you're right on that. Many of the big shots we saw them square side of the dimensions of this ground, which seem to suggest they have allowed the batsman to play off the back foot, which tells you you're bowling short or you're bowling too slow. So here's Kangura with a couple of runs in this over. This over has gone for a tidy 2 so far. Oh, cut away. Finds the gap is Prajapati. And look at that. The class of this man continues to be flowing here. 4 more runs.
He's growing in confidence with every single delivery that he's facing right now. Prajapati. This was again slightly short. Not too short actually. Full credit to the batsman on this occasion. He did manufacture a stroke and found the gap exactly between short third man and backward point. The ball racing off the turf, especially that side of the field, is really quick, and 4 runs for the Cavaliers.
So runs continues here. 6 runs in this over, 3 balls into this over. A very good crowd watching the feed here as Kangura. Oh, into the onside this time. Oh, in front of Carmichael. And surprising, we haven't seen Carmichael bowled yet, Meyer, but another single here to the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers.
I think one of the factors for that probably is the fact that Hemraj is still on strike. We've seen in the past that Hemraj is very comfortable against left-arm spin, especially in the match that he scored 100. We saw a whole lot of sixes off of his bat, off of left-arm spinners, and that's probably why Carmichael hasn't come on to bowl as yet.
I think somewhere along the line, Plunkett may have to be given perhaps a spell. Very experienced player, Liam Plunkett. Certainly by hands down the highest profile player here on the Philadelphians.
Certainly this partnership has thrown a big wrench in the Philadelphian skipper's plans. Kangura has actually come on and bowled a decent spell so far. I think he's the one bowler who's looked very likely to pick up a wicket.
He's bowled 1.5 for 18. Oh, Prajapati gets a good delivery. Might have been the slower off break. And in the end, that goes through to Jonathan Fool. So 11 overs gone. It's 112 without loss. They need 193 to win. And so essentially they need 81 to win from 54 balls.
All right, thank you, Mayor. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, who we got? I can't see. Yeah.
Milind Kumar, 2 overs for 16, comes back into the attack. with 81 required from 54 deliveries. It's been a tremendous batting display from the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. Vandit Prajapati, Chandrapal Hemraj putting on a 113-run opening stand. It's been unbreakable so far for the Philadelphians. And the captain deciding that he will take the responsibility in trying to break this massive partnership between these two. Full toss in the air. This is a chance. And the catch is taken in the end. Derek Narayan out there in the deep takes the catch to dismiss the dangerous Vandit Prajapati, who falls for 69. It's been a very good debut from him.
Yeah, correction there. Kangura taking the catch. And so in the end, Prajapati falls for 69. But Matt, you have got to be impressed with the innings here from Vandit Prajapati. Debut game in the minor league. And boy, has he impressed. It's 113 for 1.
Yeah, take nothing away from his performance so far. 69 from 42 deliveries, 4 fours, 6 sixes. He's batted very well. Has really made a name for himself. And has shown the Philadelphians who they're messing with here. And I'm sure we'll see him in future games for the Somerset Cavaliers. Very impressive stuff from the debutant, Vandit Prajapati.
So Xavier Marshall comes to the middle. And we've got a game on our hands. 80 to win from 52 balls. Chandrapal Hemraj. He's been very solid. The fact is the Philadelphians will feel a lot better now that they've picked up one. They've broken the partnership. And out comes Xavier Marshall. The man with the golden arm so far, Milind Kumar. He's having a very good day out in the park. It's 113 for 1.
Xavier Marshall, USA international. So player with lots of experience at the US, with the US national team. A lot of quality as well, Xavier Marshall. He will come on to face now. Hemraj is on 43 of 27 deliveries. And 42 rather of 26. Marshall is on 1.
So might have been sliding down the leg side. The umpires are Ritesh Patel, Brian Kane. And you've seen them just like many other cricketers, Matt, many times before. Haven't you seen Brian Kane and Ritesh Patel?
Yeah, do a lot of games together. In any tournament, any league, Brian and Ritesh are there together. Know each other quite well, and two very good umpires. So officiating, not a problem with these two around.
Matt, I'll tell you something. I've gone to many tournaments, and some of my favorite guys to hang around at the end of a game in hotel lobbies and hanging out is the umpires. Where the umpires are, you'll find me at the end of a day's play. I like to hang out with the umpires, Brian Kane and the other boys.
This has been a very good over from Milind Kumar. This one in the area of Tristan Carmichael. Just 4 off it, and the wicket, the big wicket of Vandit Prajapati. It's 116 for 1 at the end of 12.
Surprised that Carmichael hasn't been given the ball, but it's 116 for 1. We've seen a big knock from Vandit Prajapati, who got 69. It's 116 for 1. 12 overs gone.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Sometimes you just go low and you go down very fast. So Kangura will continue 2 overs, no made, none for 9. In context, what has happened here, he's probably, from an economy standpoint, Matt, one of the best Philadelphians bowlers so far, perhaps?
Abdul Jabbar and Milind Kumar definitely would top the list in terms of best economy rate. Milind Kumar, 3 overs, 1 for 20. And Abdul Jabbar just the 1 over for 7. Bit surprising that we haven't seen him back after, in the context of the game, was a good over. But Yash Kangura not too far behind and has started with a dot here. Marshall, a couple of steps straight to Liam Plunkett. Good start to this over from Yash Kangura. Any dot ball here at this stage, particularly 2 in a row, will be crucial, because all of a sudden now the Cavaliers are back below the run rate.
Yeah, we've got a match on our hands. I'll tell you that. This one is going to go all the way down. And you get the feeling, Matt, that Chandrapal Hemraj stands between the Philadelphians and Somerset Cavaliers as perhaps the main man at the moment. Still got Richard Allen to come, but let's talk about the 2 batters out in the middle. Marshall will be itching to get among the runs. By his standard, you've got to say Marshall has had an ordinary series so far. His highest being 61. But you get the feeling that he cannot continue to underperform. At some point, somebody will feel the brunt of his willow. It's 117 for 1. Chandrapal Hemraj has struck 4 sixes so far. And he waits for Yash Kangura. Oh, look at that. That's gone a long way. Another 6 for Chandrapal Hemraj. He goes up to 49.
Combo that right in the slot from Kangura. And Chandrapal Hemraj swinging away, launching that one a long way back into the forest behind us. He goes up to 49. That's his 5th 6.
Yeah, he came into this game with 23 sixes, 23 maximums of the series. That hasn't stopped Matt. He is now taking 5 of those balls over the cone by some distance. And he goes up to 49. It's 123.
.70 runs required from 44 deliveries. Game is truly on here at the Howe Athletic Complex. Hemraj, 49. Knocks this one away, and this will be the half century for Chandrapal Hemraj. 5 sixes, 1 boundary, 50 of just 30 deliveries, and the applause comes up from the Somerset Cavaliers, picking up right where he left off against the Titans.
Yeah, it's beginning to match the innings with from Kumar. And so Chandrapal, well played, Chandrapal Hemraj. That's the 3rd 50 we're seeing in this match. We saw one from Milind Kumar. We saw one from Prajapati. Now we've seen one from Chandrapal Hemraj. We've seen a run fest here at Howe. It's 124, 8 runs in this over. This has been a very good over here from Kangura.
Through the hands of Plunkett. To hustle through for 1. So 9 off the over from Kangura. It's 125 for 1 after 13.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
So welcome back, 68 to win from 42 balls. A change of headgear here for Chandrapal Hemraj. He has gone for his cap, Mato. But he has posted a 50. Marshall is on 4. And Emmanuel comes back into the attack. His first over would have gone for 9. And so if he can produce an over that only concedes 9, it might be not one of the best, but certainly on course of what has happened here. Ball goes up to Carmichael, who has yet to bowl 120.
Hemraj on 50 of 30 deliveries has taken it to pretty much everyone he's faced. Anirudh Emmanuel, 1.1 overs for 10. 9.8 is required. They'll really need to get a wicket or two and pull this game back. Marshall in the air, Carmichael over his head. Outstretching an arm, but it's not enough. All the way for 6. And Hemraj continues right where he left off.
Yeah, over the outstretched hands of Carmichael. And still cannot understand why Carmichael has not been given a single ball in this bowling spell so far. It's 132 for 1 and 6-1 to win from 40 balls.
Yeah, we've seen everybody pretty much being taken to the cleaners. It hasn't been the best of bowling displays from the Philadelphians. And I really am shocked that we haven't seen Tristan Carmichael. We haven't even seen Chirubatia, who would have gotten a 5-wicket haul early in the tournament. So a couple of bowlers that haven't bowled as yet, despite the difficulty that the Philadelphians have had to pick wickets.
So 6-1 to win from 40 balls, asking 9.1. They're going at 9.9. And Chandrapal Hemraj, a big knock again for him. He's up to 56. Look at the sixes column for him again. 23 coming into this game. He's up with 6 today. I think he's going to maintain that lead, at least for the next week or so, or maybe another couple of weeks. Modi, the third umpire, who has had a lot of work to do when the ball gets misplaced or lost, Matt. And he tries a placement ball. 132 for 1. They've lost Prajapati, who got 69 for 42. And so 6-1 to win. This game is going to go all the way down, I reckon, as the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers beginning to pick up some momentum, having lost their opening 6 games in a row. But we saw a big momentum shift last week against the Empire State Titans, and that has continued today to some extent. Still waiting the result of this one.
And despite the result, it's been a very good fight from the Somerset Cavaliers. Win, lose, can't take away the performances from Hemraj so far and from Prajapati on debut. Either way, this is already a very good innings by the Somerset Cavaliers. Pulled away by Hemraj. And awaiting a signal. 6 more it is. So Chandrapal Hemraj continues his utter destruction on the Philadelphians. A short one from Anirudh Emmanuel. And given the treatment all the way for 6. And the required rate dipping below 9. 8.4 and over required. Hemraj carrying the fight still. And again, straight down the ground this time. Don't worry about that one. Another boundary, another one that's gone all the way. And 3 in a row from Hemraj. What a performance this is turning out to be. 68 of 33.
Yes. 6. Number 8 from Chandrapal Hemraj. He goes quickly up to 68. It's 144. And all of a sudden, Matt, you're beginning to see 49 to win from 38. You get the feeling that New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers shouldn't lose from here. And Chandrapal Hemraj out in the middle. He's been so destructive. And essentially, he has continued from last week. A bit of momentum shift for him against the Empire State Titans. The Philadelphians, he's feeling the brunt of his bat this afternoon. We'll be back when cricket does so, with 144 on the board and 49 to win from 38 balls.
Manual pressure on the young man. Hemraj tees off again, and it's gone all the way for 6 again. This is turning out to be a nightmare of an over for Anirudh Emmanuel. But Hemraj and the Somerset Cavaliers, this is their paradise, brings up the 150. Just the loss of Prajapati, and it's coming the 14th over. 25 of this over, and still a delivery to go.
Yeah, Hemraj has taken Emmanuel to the cleaner, 25 of this over. And now brings them 43 runs away from a win with 37 balls still to be bowled. Can Chandrapal Hemraj get 100 here this afternoon? He needs 26. They need 43 to win, and the way he has batted. So into the onside, over will come to an end. And so when play resumes, Chandrapal Hemraj will be on strike. 42 to win from 36.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Philadelphians desperate for a wicket, so they've gone to their main man, Liam Plunkett. Experienced, but he'll need a lot more than experience to dislodge Chandrapal Hemraj. He'll need quality. He'll need some good deliveries to keep the pressure on.
Yep. Yo, where are you going? Oh, Brian. But the guy who ran up on ball. Practicing, no one was running up. Hemraj wasn't even ready for that.
Plunkett, 2 overs for 18. Asking rate is exactly 7, so just over run a ball you'd feel. And with Chandrapal Hemraj striking at 214, you'd feel as long as he bats out through the innings, it should be a walk in the park from here for the Somerset Cavaliers. But stranger things have happened in the game of T20. Hemraj plays this one up. And just a single to get Xavier Marshall back onto strike. Marshall is 5 of 7. That's pretty much all Marshall has to do, you'd feel. Given Hemraj is in quite some bit of mood at the other end. Marshall probably has the simpler job of just playing a natural game. Not a lot of pressure with 41 required from 35 deliveries.
The fact is, Matt, Hemraj needs 24 for his second consecutive 100. We've seen him joining the 100 club last week. We saw Shehan Jayasuriya with a couple of hundreds in this series. And we were also seeing Ryan Scott on course of 100 here in this afternoon's game somewhere out in Chicago.
Yeah, he was dismissed on 90. So we've had quite a few hundreds, but we've also had quite a few 90s as well. Ryan Scott hitting the 90s, Munib Rayasat on 95. We had Unmuk Chand as well, Katani Clark, a couple of 90s that didn't get to the triple figures.
So in the meantime, Javel Glenn, Unmuk Chand, Shehan Jayasuriya, Anwar and Hemraj have brought up triple figure. This has been a very good over so far from Liam Plunkett.
Shehan Jayasuriya back-to-back centuries for him. Chandrapal Hemraj, well, he's 23 away from doing what Shehan Jayasuriya did up at Prairie View, Texas.
2 consecutive 100 for Shehan Jayasuriya within the space of 24 hours.
We were there to witness both.
Yeah, if Chandrapal Hemraj gets 100 here today, it'll be what? A break of 6-7 days? Taking on the pad. Marshall can't score. And one of the things, Matt, the Philadelphians have been very, very stingy on the extras. Only a couple of wides. And those wides may have been given up by, I thought, Milind Kumar. In fact, not Milind Kumar. Who bowled a couple of wides here? In fact, Kangura would have been the man with a couple of wides. But they badly need wicket here as we come down to 39 to win from 32 ball. Marshall on strike. Chandrapal Hemraj has been blazed his way to 77 so far. And now he comes back into strike. He's up to 77. The team needs 38. He needs 23. And we've got 31 balls still to be bowled.
Good over this from Plunkett, but is it good enough given 38 from 31 is needed?
So another big game at Veterans Park, Matt. We've seen an exciting encounter there with defending just 100, the Empire State Titans.
99 all out for the Empire State Titans, which doesn't seem like a lot. But they've got the DC Hawks currently 79 for 9. So it should be quite the thriller. We saw another thriller at Mercer County with the New Jersey Stallions making 118, and the Manhattan Yorkers just about getting there by 1 wicket in the end. Thanks to Bhaskar Yadram getting 50 plus. Just about carrying the Yorkers over the line. Yeah, definitely complicated a chase of 119.
Yeah, this has been an exciting round. We're just about the halfway stage. Somerset Cavaliers, they're playing their 8th game, I think it is. This one will be their 8th game. The Philadelphians, they're playing their 6th game. And so 37 to win from 30 balls here at Howe Athletic Sports Complex.
.37 to win from 30 deliveries. Chiru Bhatia, for the first time, comes into the attack, which means that eight bowlers now been used by the Philadelphians, and surprisingly Trinson Carmichael has not been one of them, but Chiru Bhatia hasn't been one until now either. A player who would have picked up a fifer earlier in the series. He's been greeted by a big shot attempted by Hemraj.
So Abdullah pushes the ball back into play. And we'll wait on the determination by the umpires to decide what's the call on that. Seems to be a single so far. And that brings Marshall on to strike. 36 to win from 29 balls.
Eventful start to the over that from Chiru. Xavier Marshall on strike. He's on 7. 36 required from 29 deliveries. Things winding down here at the Howe Athletic Complex. Marshall looking to cut and goes straight through to Jonathan Fu.
And over here from Shiro Bhatia. Would have started this year's minor league with a bag full of wickets, Matt. Like you mentioned, now introduced into the attack in the 16th over. Bowler number 8. We haven't seen Carmichael. It's 157 on the board. Chandrapal Hemraj needs 21 for 100. Marshall into the onside. Has he found the gap? Fielder comes around, can't stop. In fact, they're settled for 1. And so good bowling here from Shiro Bhatia.
Yeah, just a single to Xavier Marshall. Hemraj, 79. He's the man that all eyes are on. 9 sixes to his name. Make that 32 in total.
Yeah, 32 total sixes in the series so far. Playing a miss, Shiro Bhatia. This is a quality over from him. We haven't seen one of those short, very economical over, except the first and the fourth. And that would have been won by Milind Kumar and one by Liam Plunkett. Otherwise, it has been the batter show so far.
The 12th as well from Liam Plunkett, from Milind Kumar, rather, only went for 4. So we've just had a couple of those small towers in the air, but lands in no man's land. And a good over here from Chiru Bhatia, but Hemraj is still there. They haven't got a wicket, but still, a 3-run over at this stage of the game can be very crucial.
Yeah, this is the most economical over so far. We'll have to wait and see how it goes or what happens. But this has been their best over in terms of economy. Oh, this is a quality over.
Fielding as well from Chiru off his own bowling. 3 runs, the joint lowest amount conceded here, since the first over by Liam Plunkett. That has changed things a bit. 8.5 now required. It's 34 from 4 overs. And you've got to wonder, where was Chiru Bhatia for the last 15 overs?
So Liam Plunkett comes into the attack or continues. 34 to win from 24 balls. Brilliant over. And it comes down now to the last 34 runs to win from 24 ball. Chandrapal Hemraj, he's up on 80. And 20 will give him a second 100 in the series. Oh, he's gotten an edge. And it doesn't matter how they come sometime, they'll come back for a couple of runs. Every run will count. And so 2 runs to Chandrapal Hemraj.
82, which leaves him 18 to get for triple figures. And he's just 1 short of equaling Milind Kumar's innings of 83. He needs 2 to officially overtake him. This one played up, but a dot ball. Crucial dot ball that.
So we've seen 8 good deliveries. We saw six quality balls from Shiro Bhatia. We've seen 2 good ones there from Liam Plunkett. And so 32 to win from 22 ball. Chandra Paul Hemraj. Can he see the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers home? Or can Liam Plunkett and the others defend 32? All through the offside protection out in the deep. Kazi found the gap. Carmichael comes around. Doesn't save the boundary. And 4 more runs to Chandra Paul Hemraj.
Yeah, another boundary. One of the rare occasions it's not a 6. This time beating Tristan Carmichael to the fence for 4. And a big boundary that, because after Chiro Bhatia's economical over and after a decent start from Plunkett, Philly were just trying to pull things back, but now that boundary has undone a lot of the hard work in the last 9 balls or so. Hemraj can only get this one straight back at Plunkett, gets a hand on it, takes the pace off of it, just a dot.
So we've seen a very good batting performance from the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, Matt, to reply to 192. Might have been spurred by Chandra Paul Hemraj. He's up on 86. But we can't forget Vandit Prajapati with 69. What a debut performance for him. Plunkett comes into bowl to Hemraj. Hemraj gets a good delivery out towards the offside. And brings Xavier Marshall, who hasn't had to do a lot of work here today. He just has to make sure he doesn't get dismissed. And 27 to win from 19 balls.
Yeah, just don't get out. It's probably the strategy for Xavier Marshall. But not a bad over here again from Plunkett, just that boundary. And if he can finish off with a dot ball here, it will need 27 from 3 overs, which will be 9 and over. So Plunkett will be very determined to finish this off well. And Marshall down the track to Abdullah Saeed. A single, but 26 from 18. 8.6 required. Still a game on. 26 from 18 deliveries, 3 overs, 167 for 1. Tremendous display. We saw earlier from Prajapati and now Hemraj and Marshall. Hemraj 87 of 46 deliveries, 2 4s and 9 6s to his name. Chiro Bhatia 1 over for 3. Will continue. On a big over this, you'd feel if Chiro Bhatia can slip another 3-run over or even anything under 8 or 9, you'd feel this game can still be on. But if this goes double digits, might be curtains for the Philadelphians. So a big over this, and it falls in the hands of Chiro Bhatia. First ball to Xavier Marshall, which is a good sign. Don't be bowling to Hemraj, but Marshall swings this one away. And Xavier Marshall tees off on this occasion, all the way for 6. And I was just making the point, you'd rather bowl to Marshall than Hemraj, but now Xavier Marshall, showing his batting capabilities, hammers that one away for 6, and early pressure on Chiro Bhatia.
Yeah, 20 to win. Balls, a game in which the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers shouldn't lose. What a game we have seen here, Matt. 192 posted by the Philadelphians. And it comes down to the last 20 runs from 17 balls with Marshall opening up his first 6 of the game. And Chandrapal Hemraj, he's been brilliant. He continues to find the shots over the cone. We saw Chandrapal Hemraj coming into this game with 23 sixes, leading the heap. And he will maintain that for a couple of weeks to come, I would think. He's up to 32 at the moment.
Chiro Bhatia. A lot of work to be done to undo that 6. Better delivery. Oh no, it's called a wide. Taking pace off. Taking pace off was Chiro Bhatia, looking to force Marshall out wide. And thought he had done just the job. And then Ritesh Patel stretching both of his arms out, indicating a wide.
Yeah, the dreaded extended arms of the umpire.
Not a bad plan though, I think, from Chiro Bhatia. Taking pace off, trying to force Marshall wide. Goes short on that occasion, and Marshall doesn't get hold of the pull.
So now the strike comes to Chandrapal Hemraj, the way he is batted. He's 13 away from 100, 18 to win. And I tell you, the batters out in the middle wouldn't care less if Chandrapal Hemraj gets to 100 or not. Their primary plan is to get 18 runs, win this match, and if Chandrapal Hemraj gets to 100, that's even better. But that's not the plan. The plan is not for Chandrapal Hemraj to get 100 here. The plan is for them to get 18 runs. Oh, this one is struck into the onside. And that has gone a long way. It's gone all the way. That's another 6.
And now it's 12 from 14 deliveries. More balls than runs, never a good sign. Chandrapal Hemraj up to 93, 10 sixes. And this is an absolute demolition job here from Chandrapal Hemraj.
Yeah, he's up to 93. He could join Shehan Jayasuriya as the batters in this series with a couple of hundreds. And they come in consecutive matches, Matt. Chiro Bhatia runs into ball to Hemraj. Hemraj goes down the ground. That has gone a long way. It has gone for 6. Chandrapal Hemraj, he's up to 99.
Take a bow, Chandrapal Hemraj. A match-winning knock. 99 of 48. 6 to win. It'd be an amazing thing if he can get the 100 and win the game all in one shot.
We saw Shehan Jayasuriya a couple of weeks ago, Matt. Scored a couple of hundred within the space of 24 hours because of a crowded July 4th weekend fixture. We're seeing Chandrapal Hemraj, who slammed 100 last week. I think it was last Sunday. And now he comes back 6 days later. He's up to 99. He's batted brilliantly. And the way he has batted, he made sure that New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers are on course here. He needs one more final ball in this over. And this over's gone for 20 runs so far.
Chiro Bhatia, it's been a contrasting over for him. Hemraj, 99. Gets this one away and brings up the 100. Hitting it to Liam Plunkett. And they run through, and it's a second century in a row from Chandrapal Hemraj. A player who struggled for form in the early few games, but has really come to the party right when the Cavaliers needed the most. Hemraj, take a bow. Back-to-back hundreds for the man.
So an even 100 so far from Chandrapal Hemraj. 5 to win from 12 balls. And this all New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers here at Howe Athletic Sports Complex. What an innings we've seen here from Chandrapal Hemraj. So Milan Kumar, Perhaps this could be the final over, Matt. 5 to win from 12 balls. The man on your screen there with that red helmet, Chandrapal Hemraj, a brilliant knock of consecutive hundreds for him.
Is that his Amazon Warriors helmet?
Could be.
They play with a red helmet.
Could be. He's been a class player today. He has really showed why he plays at the CPL level. 2 dominating performances starting from last week against the Empire State. And now the Philadelphians have felt the brunt of his willow.
Marshall to finish it. And he does. 1 bounce 4. And that will be the game. A brilliant chase. That's all I can say from the Somerset Cavaliers. 192 set by the Philadelphians. And it just was not their day. Brilliant from Hemraj and Prajapati, and Marshall with a little supporting knock of 20 at the end. 193 chase down the middle. Looks so easy with 10 deliveries and 9 wickets in hand. That man there, Chandrapal Hemraj, 101 not out.
He walks off a very happy man, consecutive hundreds. And there's no question as to who the MVP of this match, the player of the match will be. Undoubtedly, we'll have to go to Chandrapal Hemraj, 101 not out from just 50 balls. And so the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers have pulled this one off. And the Philadelphians have been beaten here at Howe Athletic Sports Complex. 192 posted by them. And in the end, a comfortable victory here for the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers as they take care of this one versus the Philadelphians. So a big knock here from Chandrapal Hemraj. And the boys are very delighted. So that's the customary handshake. Cricket is just a game after all, and good sportsmanship exhibited here by the 2 teams. A well-played game in the end for the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, their 2nd win of this series. And they'll put points on the table. The Philadelphians, 192, simply not enough. And perhaps they will have to come better next time. So their next match, the Philadelphians, their next game will be in D.C. at the Veterans Park. They will take on the D.C. Hawks when they get up there next week. For the Somerset Cavaliers, their competition will continue next week. And so that's the latest here from all of us at the beautiful Howe Athletic Park in Somerset, New Jersey. I hope you enjoyed the feed and join us again on another platform in which we bring you a lot more minor league cricket championship presented by Sunoco on several YouTube channels. On behalf of the production crew, we want to wish you all the best, and wherever you are, want to say good afternoon from New Jersey, good evening, and we'll see you again another time. With the news, New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers have won by 9 wickets, beating the Philadelphians by 192 to 193. Until then, on behalf of Matthew Achaibar, we bid you goodbye and thanks for tuning in. Thank you very much.
Here you go.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
For earlier on, Abhijit Kangura, Anirudh Emmanuel, Abdul Jabbar. This one pulled away. It'll beat Anirudh Emmanuel, and it will go all the way for 6. So maximum in the air, up and over, and this will run away for 4 more. So runs flowing here off the bat of Vandit Prajapati. He's gotten off to a flyer here on his minor league debut. Takes the score up to 15. It's been an expensive over from Milind Kumar. Prajapati has taken the fight to him. Hasn't been able to crack the side. Prajapati gets a healthy edge, and that'll run away for 4 more. So the boundary is coming here for Vandit Prajapati.
Those 4 batsmen. Oh, over the offside. That's a classy shot from Vandit Prajapati. And that's gone for a maximum. A lot of runs still to be scored, but Somerset Cavaliers, this one up and over. Again, running up towards the cover boundary. And Shiro Bhatia will just have to run and retrieve. That's another boundary for Vandit Pratis. A Drysdale. Oh, look at that. Smashed and gone a long way. It's gone high. And it has the distance. And that has gone for 6. Chandrapal Hemraj. We're watching Drysdale. Oh, smashed. Look at that. And that's gone over the pavilion of the Philadelphians. And that's another massive 6.
Yeah, Drysdale going. Runs up to Hemraj. In the air. In the air. Liam Plunkett is under it. And it just goes through his hands. It was a tough one. Well, here on debut, Prajapati. And he's got good company in Chandrapal Hemraj. This one in the air. And gone all the way for 6. So
Drysdale, you can't miss the moment. Oh, look at that. Off his hip. And that's gone massively into the bushes. Another 6 from Chandrapal Hemraj. Lots of things will be happening on that day. Tell our viewers what to expect. Oh, into the onside from Prajapati. And this one has gone for another maximum.
Don't forget the bowling spell that he put in.
Oh, this one short and hammered over square leg into the umpire's tent. And another 6 from Prajapati. He goes.
We do ask all of our viewers and whoever's following.
Oh, this one is hammered. That's the 50 up for Vandit Prajapati. So his 50 comes up from just 30 balls. He's up to 53. Short and asking to be hit. And Prajapati obliges. He is brought up a 50 in quick time. His debut minor league game. And he scored a 50. 8 overs gone. 80.
Expecting him to take the field back soon. He does give a lot of different options.
So good slice on this one from Chandrapal Hemraj. Carmichael runs around. Can't get to the ball in time. And that has gone away for 4. So Chandrapal Hemraj
have been too short. Again, another short delivery in the air. It's another 6 there for one dead.
Couple of runs in this over. This over has gone for a tidy 2 so far. Oh, cut away. Finds the gap is Prajapati. And look at that. The class of this man continues to be flowing here. 4 more runs.
He's growing in confidence.
Full toss in the air. This is a chance. And the catch is taken in the end. Derek Narayan out there in the deep.
Oh, look at that. That's gone a long way. Another 6 for Chandrapal Hemraj.
49. Knocks this one away, and this will be the half century for Chandrapal Hemraj. 5 sixes, 1 boundary, 50 of just 30 deliveries, and the applause comes up from the Somerset Cavaliers. 2 and pulled his game back. Marshall in the air, Carmichael over his head. Outstretching an arm. This is already a very good innings by the Somerset Cavaliers. Pulled away by Hemraj. And awaiting a signal. 6 more it is. So Chandrapal Hemraj carrying the fight still. And again, straight down the ground this time. Don't worry about that one. No. Manual pressure on the young man. Hemraj tees off again. And it's gone all the way for 6 again. This is turning out to be a nightmare of an over for Anirudh Emmanuel.
Others defend 32. All through the offside protection out in the deep. Kazi found the gap. Carmichael comes around. Doesn't save the boundary. And 4 more.
To Xavier Marshall, which is a good sign. Don't be bowling to Hemraj. But Marshall swings this one away. And Xavier Marshall tees off on this occasion. All the way
for them to get 18 runs. Oh, this one is struck into the onside. And that has gone a long way. It's gone all the way. That's another 6. Here's Matt. Shiro Bhatia runs into ball to Hemraj. Hemraj goes down the ground. That has gone a long way. It has gone for 6. Chandrapal Hemraj. He's up to 99.
Contrasting over for him. Hemraj, 99. Gets this one away and brings up the 100. Hitting it to Liam Plunkett. And they run through, and it's a 2nd century in a row from Chandrapal Hemraj. A player who struggled for form in the early few games, but has really come to the party.
Philadelphians have felt the brunt of his willow.
Marshall to finish it. And he does. 1 bounce 4. And that will be the game. A brilliant chase.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.